Καλημέρα, καλό.
Good morning. Happy new month. Kindly take your seats in order to begin. Dear Director, dear speakers, dear friends, welcome to the third and last day of third Synergies Forum. Lately, we keep talking about the digital transformation of health. Apart from the new perspectives, the real question is how the health system is going to become more fair, more human-centered and more effective. Artificial intelligence, the European health data space, digital applications and new technologies offer a lot of new possibilities. At the same time, they showcase new matters of governance, equal access and trust on behalf of the citizens. Today is not only about technology, it's about the way that technology is creating value for patients, supports health professionals and helps into better decision making. And maybe this is the main message of this year's forum. Progress doesn't come from innovation, but from our possibility to collaborate, to use existing data and translate knowledge into action. The third Synergies Forum is under the auspices of the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Digital Governance. It is also under the auspices of OCAN International, European Cancer Organization, Union for International Cancer Control, the Society of Oncologists of Greece, the Greek Society of Pathologists, the Greek Hematology Society, the Greek Society of Radiology Oncologists, the Hellenic Society of Nuclear Medicine and Radiation Imaging, the National Association of Nurses, the National Documentation Center, the Association of Pharma Businesses in Greece, the Pharma Innovation Forum, the Association of CROs in Greece. This third forum is supported by the platinum sponsors such as AstraZeneca, Brains ICS, Johnson & Johnson and Sandoz. Our golden sponsors are AbbVie, Coronis, Elpen, Genesis Pharma, GSK, Integris Pharma, MSD, Servier, Vianex, Pharmaserv, Lilly. Our silver sponsors are Amgen, Astellas, Leo Pharma, Gnomon Informatics, Papapostolou, Pfizer, Ross Diagnostics and Ross Elas. Our official media partner is OncoDaily. Our media sponsors is Capital GR, Daily Pharma News, Health Daily, Health Mac, Health Pharma, Health Update, Health Web, Iatronet, this is Maidly, Perigias, Plan B, The Daily Health, Virus.com TR. Our audiovisual sponsor is Connect. I would like to thank everyone who helped into organizing the forum, the speakers, the ministries for their auspices, our sponsors, our team in the office that worked very diligently, our volunteers from Alma Zois, our dear friends that for 3 days have helped us with the reception, and of course all of you that you're honoring us with your presence here today. Kindly, a favor from the moderators and the speakers, stick to your time, please. Now I would like to ask Mr. Kapetanakis, the president of the Hellenic Cancer Federation, ALOC, to the floor. Good morning. Just 2 words from me. This is the third and last day of the forum, of the third Synergies Forum on Cancer, Policy, Research and Funding Strategies. The last 2 days we discussed about the daily life of patients, about policies. Today we are going to discuss about genome therapies, cell therapies, digital health, since all these are changing cancer care and oncology. However, we have to think who is going to enjoy this future? Everyone, or the people that have the possibilities? So progress is not only measured by the progress of technology itself, but how many people are benefit. And innovation without equal access creates new problems. AI without trust builds insecurity. Science without collaboration cannot change the system. So the real message of this forum is that the future of oncology will be dictated by the decisions that we're going to make all together: the state, the patients association, the society, the industry. And in my opinion, this is what we remember. Today, we have the real pleasure and honor to have the new governor of the Greek National Organization for Health Services Provision, Mr. Athanasios Zamanis, and I would like to thank him for accepting this invitation since he just began his mandate. So I give you the floor for a short opening address, dear Mr. Zamanis, and I would like to wish you the best for your new responsibilities. Dear President, dear participating members, thank you very much for this kind invitation. It is a real honor for me, since my first participation in a forum is that of a log. And this is an indicator for the future. The truth is that it isn't exactly clear about what LP is actually doing, who is serving, and it is our goal to make this crystal clear. LP, the National Organization for Health Services Provision, wants to offer insured people, citizens and patients the best possible healthcare services. Not only when it comes to hospitalization and access to hospitals, but also access to medicine. All healthcare services offered by ALP are for the insured and patients too. So after this introduction, you will allow me, I will not speak a lot because I've just began my mandate. I will mention 2 or 3 actions that have started by the previous administration that we want to continue, accelerate, evolve, and improve, if you wish. However, in order to do that, we need your help. Because creating something for insured and patients without their participation, without taking into consideration their experience and opinion, this will lead us to mistakes that will stall us, will delay us. The doors of my office are always open, not only for the Hellenic Cancer Federation ALOC, but for all scientific and patients' organizations, because we want to co-shape their policies. We need you by our side in order to improve ourselves and to offer better services. In my opinion, during the last years, a lot of important things took place. I will start from the first action, the home delivery of medicinal products. An action that started 1 year ago, more or less, that is supporting the immediate access of all patients with severe diseases to the drugs. 400,000 deliveries have been completed in this last year, and at the same time, we are delivering drugs from the pharmacies of LP to the private pharmacies, and we want to support it even more. So all those actions, all those milestones will allow us to offer to all patients, and even more to cancer patients, better services. it's not good for us to see lines in our pharmacies, the pharmacies of LP, people with severe diseases or their caregivers to stand in that queue, standing for 3 or 4 hours, waiting to get the medicine in order to treat the disease. This is a personal bet for me, and I think that at the end of the day, we will manage to resolve this issue in order to stop something that we are not proud of. Those two actions will be reinforced and further expanded. New treatments, new drugs will be included in the home delivery, but also in the private pharmacies, in order to stop those people from standing in those lines. Another action after the ministerial decision of 2025 is the reimbursement of biomarkers regarding the personalized treatment that a cancer patient should be able to enjoy. It is very important for cancer patients to have the best possible treatment, but in my opinion, it is even more important, and this is something that I have understood lately, to know which is the best treatment for them. And we will achieve this only when we are going to reimburse the biomarkers that will start shortly in the next months. Right now, we are negotiating with some pharma companies. We will finish it in the months to come. We will amend the legislation, the legislative framework, so very shortly we will be able to reimburse a very important test, because this is the beginning of the treatment. This is the base for the improvement of the condition of a cancer patient. In my opinion, this is a very important action. It will start in this year, in 2026. Dear Yorgos, dear President of ELOC, we want you by our side in order to co-shape this process and understand any challenges that will arise. Last but not least, I will conclude my short speech with all the digital tools. They will be delivered within the framework of the digital transformation of LP. So in July, we will deliver all the deliverables of the digital transformation in the framework of the digital upgrade of the national healthcare system and LP also. We have upgraded the CIP system for the quicker and better assessment and approval of medicinal products. A lot of tools that will increase the efficacy, the transparency of the process, starting from diagnosis, from treatment, access to medicines that a patient should enjoy. So all those tools, starting from 2027, because you understand that we might need a preparation stage, will help accelerate this process, and we hope that it will improve the patient's life. So the collaboration with all the stakeholders will become more transparent, more reliable, and at the end of the day, we want to come up with a financially viable system that it will give value back to patients. And how we are going to do this? By saving resources, by giving access to innovative drugs, with giving more quickly access to those drugs, because we don't want to leave any patient uncovered. The negotiation committee is doing an excellent work, and they have managed to find the best possible, to guarantee the best possible treatments to the best possible prices, with the most swift way for all patients that need it, and more especially for cancer patients. You will allow me to conclude now my short speech. I would like to thank you for this honor to talk with my new hat here at the ELOC Forum. My door is always open. I need your presence. I invite you to come and find me because we want to improve ourselves, and at the end of the day, we want to offer quality, reliable, and more swift treatments to all our insured. Thank you very much.
Σας ευχαριστούμε θερμά, κύριε Ζαμάνη.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Zamanis, for your presence as well. It's an honor for us. Let's begin with the first session of today that has to do with artificial intelligence in data health, in health data, excuse me. I would like to ask our moderator to come join me on stage.
Είμαστε on time, βλέπω. Ευχαριστούμε και τον πρόεδρο του οποίου.
I'm very happy to see that we are on time, says Mr. Dafoulas. I would like to invite all panelists to join me. Mr. Karagiannis is not yet with us, but Mr. Yusuf is here, and we will also have Ms. Theodoridou. Only Ms. Sevasti couldn't join us. She's the CEO of the new organization, Pharos, which is under the joint venture of Pharos Beacon, under the auspices of Digital Europe. And they're all now at Lavrio delivering equipment. It is equipment which is ranks among the 30 most powerful medical devices in the world, very highly ranking as regards the positive environmental impact. And it's very prominent among the scientific community, scientific startups. And as of this fall, for a year and a half, we will be seeing petitions submitted for free, on a domestic scale, free services stemming from this device. And I'm quite happy to say that we will have more than a few candidates, I'm certain, for that. And let's start with Mr. Karagiannis from EVICA. Could you speak a bit about the framework, the legislative framework, the new suggestions, what we can expect to see in digital health? Thank you very much. Good morning. First of all, I wish to wholeheartedly thank both ELOC and the President, Mr. Kapetanakis, for having invited me for the third consecutive time. I don't know why he's inflicting such pain on all of us, but I'm glad to be here. And we've been discussing for the past few years. Hello, President. A few years ago, we were all discussing what can we do. Nowadays, and I'm talking about a short period of time, a couple of years onwards, we can proudly discuss what has already been achieved and what can be actually implemented in real life. So I am very, very proud for all that we have achieved together, not just us, the panelists, of course. Before I reply to your question, let me just wish the best to the new governor of AOP. We truly hope that his mandate will be one extreme success story. But I need to also say that all our achievements, our recent achievements, haven't only made me proud, but they've made me also quite demanding and quite needy as to what we can achieve from now on. I want us to be able to deliver data that is measurable, that is comparable, that is legitimately and legally usable, useworthy, data that will feed into artificial intelligence and novel technologies in order to help create reliable, more reliable health services, especially digital health services. We live in an era of technology, and this means that everybody feels that they are free to do whatever they want, especially because this technology takes place in a democratic framework. I might tell you that because of this democratic framework, I feel free to dance in front of you, and you'll have to bear with me. But we want democracy to be equitable. We want it to be reliable. We want an institutional framework that will establish the rules, the norms, the standards. And what do we have in order to achieve that? EHDS, which means that we've got a framework, we've got regulations, we've got laws that allow all of us to coexist within the field of health. And we can all do whatever we want as long as we abide by this framework. So, what is health monitoring? It is the infrastructure that allows for the implementation of the technical aspect of EHDS, which means we've got the framework, the rules, the laws, but we also have the national technological infrastructure. We already have that. We're not looking forward to it. So if we combine all these side elements together, merge them, bring them together, what can we achieve? First of all, we can speak of the completion of a digital transformation that has led to data that is existing, that is in fact a representation, a depiction of different stages. We know that on this day, Professor Dr. Yusuf ran those tests and they are part of this folder. Where do we look for them? EHDS, data health monitoring. We utilize Pharos AI Factory. And what do? We transform all this data into a movie script. So data becomes memory. First of all, it becomes knowledge, and then it becomes the memory of the national healthcare system. Because when memory turns into knowledge, then this means that we have an outcome. We've got results, and based on those results, we can try to improve ourselves. And EHDS and health monitoring can also help us achieve something else, move beyond intelligent, generally speaking, intelligent algorithms to dedicated intelligent algorithms. Because it's very important for any physician looking at an X-ray to not miss out on any speck that might indicate some form of cancer. However, all this is not going to work if the physician cannot detect a suspicious, hypertense lesion. And if they can detect it, what happens next? If we only have, for example, 3 screening centers, if we only have 2 hospitals, if we only have, 1,000 beds, and we've got millions of patients, then the intelligent, dedicated algorithm is useless because it doesn't help us resolve the issue. We still cannot provide quality services. So we need generally speaking, intelligent algorithms. We also need dedicated algorithms, and then we need monitoring of the algorithms. We've got now the firewalls, we've got the tools in place, because and we know that we can monitor in order to ensure that successful outcomes are reproducible, are sustainable. And if there's other coefficients, if there's other parameters that come into play and they bring down efficacy, then performance, we need to be able to detect them. If we manage to detect the mistakes made, then we can move beyond them, we can rectify, we can remedy. Not without monitoring, though. If we manage all that, these three steps, we will have a digital health system that self-monitors and self-corrects itself. And that is truly an intelligent health system. And if that comes about, then it goes without saying that we will get to the point where we will have a comprehensive, a thoroughly integrated, exceptionally performing healthcare system. So it's not just monitoring that will give us the outcomes. It's not just EHDS that will give us information. It's a synergy of all side aspects that will lead us towards the future. Thank you very much. You've always been quite eloquent, and it's true that in this preparatory stage of health monitoring, the Ministry of Health in Greece is currently looking into technologies and institutions, and they're working together with the Ministry of Digital Governance that is drafting a law regarding AR, and this is very important because, as Mr. Youssef has said, once we get an algorithm, we also need to have an institutional framework like AR and MDR that will allow for progress to be made. And we also have with us the chair, the president of EVICA, the Government Center for Social Security Services, and they have spent in the past few years millions in order to upgrade and update all services and technologies implemented. So could you tell us a few things about what you're planning for the near future? Okay, first of all, I need to apologize. This is the first time I've been late to one of the LOC's events, and I apologize personally to Mr. Kapetanakis as well. It was only for a couple of minutes, but still, I feel deeply ashamed. So, yes, you're right. We are nearing the end of the implementation of projects under the Recovery Fund, and we know that yesterday was the key date because it was the end date. Mr. Youssef, you spoke for 9 minutes. You set out the guidelines, you spoke of health monitoring, EHDS, the bills of law, the two bills of law that are very important, one for which internal consultation has already been concluded. And then we will have the public debate, public consultation, and then we will hopefully have a law. And we also have this transitional stage for the implementation of EHDS. Until 2029, this is going to be a transitional period, and with very hard endpoints. However, all under the condition that we will be able to align ourselves with all EU regulations, GDPR, MDR, and what have you, and AR, of course, which will be debated in the Hellenic Parliament, I believe, until the end of the month. Now, when it comes to artificial intelligence and the projects that EVICA is currently implementing, we have with us Ms. Fotiade, and then we will have also Ms. Tsuma, the CEO, who is really experienced, and these two wonderful ladies can give us the technical insight on what is happening. It's true, however, that you cannot have AI without data that is clean, clear, raw, and safe. But we're talking about data that is not just big data, it's massive, that utilizes various platforms and AI tools, and the results are mind-blowing. Already when it comes to the medical files, we've got digital platforms for both the citizens and the physicians. When it comes to e-prescriptions, the same applies. We've utilized AI in order to detect patterns, polypharmacy, policy mapping, huge changes for the public interest and for the interest of all of our patients. And bringing this into perspective when it comes to cancer patients, all this is AI-based developments that are in the service of all our patients. It goes without saying, and it has been said, however, many, many times, that AI cannot replace physicians. AI is there to help physicians make the right decisions, and we need AI to be of service to human-centered health services. Thank you. Let's move on to our next speaker, Mr. Gerogiannis, founder and tech lead of AI Catalyst. You've worked with Pharos, you've worked with lots of technological developments. Can you provide us with your input? Thank you very much. Thank you to the President, Mr. Kapetanakis. We've worked closely with ELOC the past few years. AI Catalyst has been present in many ELOC events. I'm not as optimistic as the rest of the panelists, unfortunately, because I can recall that each year we've been discussing the past few years regulatory frameworks, infrastructure, technological developments, and I have grown uncertain that we are on par with developments. Things are changing so rapidly. We are, let's call it, in between. On one hand, the US of A, on the other hand, China, they are speeding towards developments. And we in Europe, we are trying to be more prudent, to have a regulatory framework, an institutionalized framework that allows for an algorithm solvency. But I'm fearing that we look at the tree and we're missing out on a forest, which means that we're trying to establish a framework that once we can implement it, it will already have become outdated. Because things are evolving that rapidly. Of course, there's a huge benefit to be garnered by all developments. We've said that, we've been saying that for years. On the other hand, perhaps one stakeholder that can be, let's call it, in line, in sync with development in this ecosystem could be startup companies, because they're filled with enthusiasm. They launch from themselves from a starting point which is already advanced. And we want to move away from the pattern where research is too slow. It goes without saying that we all want continuous monitoring when it comes to health services. But Right now, we've got some specifications that are lagging behind compared to what is necessary and what is achieved within the framework of AI in order to truly make AI beneficial for our patients. Yesterday, there was a closed session in between AI Catalyst and ALOC, and we tried to bring together stakeholders of this ecosystem, startups, research representatives, and investor representatives and investor community representatives in order to have a networking effect, especially with big companies in the health sector and the pharma industry, so that many of the impediments, many of the obstacles might be bypassed. And we're trying to utilize AI in order to come up with a living ecosystem along various verticals. Excuse me. So that the ecosystem stakeholders can sit around the same table, work together. Of course, we need regulatory frameworks, it goes without saying, but we also need to be able to detect bypasses in order to speed things up, make sure that things are done rapidly. I believe that this can be achieved, and I believe that ALOC events are moving in that direction. I also believe that there needs to be a shift in the mindset, especially when it comes to risk-taking, because startups is all about taking risks, but also the benefit is huge, especially within a regulated sector such as health, where we definitely need zero tolerance as regards any failure, because we're talking about human lives here. We need to move beyond the big pharma. Of course, Big pharma is important, the state is important, the existing institutions are important, but we also need to embrace risk, because otherwise there will be a price to pay. I believe we need to speed things up. Thank you very much. That's a huge challenge. We've said very often that EU regulates while US and China innovates, and we had the omnibus presented yesterday regarding all that can be achieved. We're looking into new concepts like sovereign AI within Europe. Europe needs to put some more momentum and some more effort into speeding things up, especially as regards the utilization of secondary data. There's huge challenges. How do you view our ever-changing world?
Thank you very much for this question. The developments are really very swift, and I agree we have to move very quickly, because it is not allowed for us to be left behind, to lose the train, so to say. I am rather optimistic because, Mr. Iosif, we don't have results yet, at least not tangible results for patients. What patients need is a timely diagnosis and the right treatment at the right moment. And for the time being, artificial intelligence or the health system cannot actually provide that. We are heading towards this direction, and I do hope that we will be at that point timely, but there is still a lot to be done. Artificial intelligence, of course, will help physicians by allowing them to do better diagnosis, maybe to have more approaches to combine data that are fragmented right now. When all this will happen, that of course will be for the benefit of patients. And we should do them. But we have to run. We have to make haste. We need the right framework, we need to safeguard the right data, and you know this better than me, the so-called garbage in, garbage out. If the data is garbage, the output will also be bad. So, quality, safe and full data is very important. Very recently, I had to undergo some radiation tests, X-rays, I do apologize. And they sent me 2 different emails with 2 different formats for my test results. I don't know why. I sent one of them to a physician and they couldn't read it. So EHTS will solve that kinds of problems, and that is rightly so. The format of the results should be standard. The metadata that are registered, all those things are necessary. But we keep discussing, and I have the feeling that now it's about time to continue with some action. We're not there yet. When we will be there, the benefit, I agree, that will be huge for patients. And I do hope, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that. I believe that patients are more willing to adopt such solutions. Now I will continue with Dr. Martens, Professor Martens.
Experienced in digital health and an expert in the field. I know I think you have some slides for with feedback, and also if you want some comments on our discussion for our panel, please.
Thank you. You need to allow me to share the screen. Can you hear me? Can you hear me over there in the room?
Yes. Yes, okay.
Yeah. Okay, the screen sharing, I think the colleagues from the technical team, they need to allow me to share. I think it's not working. Anyway, I will start talking and then I'll try again. Thanks very much for inviting me. It's always a pleasure to participate in ELOX events. I'm sorry I'm not physically there. I'm in Singapore. Learning here, bringing some discussion to the table today. Here also we will be discussing AI and the panel today is about health data and AI-driven care innovation. And what I had prepared in 1 or 2 slides is what I call AI-ready and AI-friendly organizations. And this would be the 2 messages that I want to convey. So when we talk about AI readiness, I like to think about how capable are institutions to really utilize the data sources they have and to qualify data, to make the quality of data better. We talk about data infrastructures. If we're using centralized or federated, I noticed that there was more than 1 colleague from the panel talking about the European health data space, but in practice, the European health data space does not give us a lot of insights into how we are going to collaborate on AI. And I think this is one of the discussions we need to do in Europe, is how to collaborate on AI and not look at the AI Act, which was also discussed already in the panel, as something that stops us with AI. I think it actually prevents us for certain things that are now happening, for example, in the US, where the government had to step in and sort of forbid some AI developments. And I think in Europe, we want to have AI in a more regulated manner, perhaps slower adoption, but perhaps safer adoption. This is a choice that we have made. But the AI Act or the so-called European health data space, they don't tell us much on how to collaborate on using AI for AI-driven care innovation. So I think this discussion on how to do AI-driven innovation across not just Greece, but across the EU countries is very important, and maybe it will surprise you, but we don't really have a forum, a discussion point built at the European level to discuss AI-driven healthcare. I'm talking about an official group participated by the member states with the Commission. So there are 1 or 2 EU projects. Normally, they don't cover all countries. They cover 2 or 3 countries that got together some partners. Many times these partners don't represent national authorities, like I've heard here today about IDICA, AOP was mentioned. I mean, I know, for example, other institutions in Greece are really important to be engaged in this discussion, but also in other countries. So that is something that perhaps patient associations could also stimulate, especially cancer patient associations, which is to say, okay, how AI is being used in each country, could we share, could we harmonize, could we bring more synergies, which is the title of the forum, could we have more synergies in AI usage for research, for cancer care? And I think that is possible. And it's something that perhaps we all should try to create, maybe a working group dedicated to that. But there are, right now, and just to conclude, there are some collaborations, the so-called, for example, Candle project on national cancer nodes. There are a EU SIP project looking at the patient portals, European patient portal, one of the patient portals that piloted, I believe will be also with the ELOC. I heard this yesterday in the steering council of that particular project. So perhaps those projects could be the basis to discuss AI-driven care innovation. The last idea that I had prepared, the slide.
I think you can share the slides now, yes.
Yeah, but I don't want to take too much time. I think it's too much, but it's easier for everyone. So I'll just repeat this idea so that the AI readiness I've talked, and then I just want to convey this idea of AI friendliness. So under this concept, I'm talking about soft skills, about the data culture on patient safety and quality culture and data quality culture. And then we need to have also ethics commissions and legal advisors aligned with what with AI. So as a summary of what I wanted to say, just keep this idea in mind. We need some level of data readiness. Our data needs to be ready for building AI models that are European, that are Greek, that are Portuguese, that are not only Chinese, not only Americans. We need to be AI friendly, which is to receive and welcome AI initiatives, to support rather than suppress, support rather than subtract, okay, AI initiatives, and then be ready. So we first need to be willing, then we need to be ready. That will create AI institutions. And then the final idea that I don't know if you've ever thought about this, but it's easy to memorize, is this idea of research on AI, AI for research. Clinical trials on AI, using AI for clinical trials. So in almost all the things we do in healthcare, we can do it for AI or on AI, and we can use AI. So I'll explain it very briefly. We can use cybersecurity to protect AI models, to protect AI algorithms from being corrupted by unwarranted agents. We can also use AI for better cybersecurity. We can do research on AI. I do some research from my students on AI. We can use AI to prepare research material, to help write a paper, to help scan the literature. And also, and final idea, workforce on AI. We need specialized workforce. Hospitals in Greece healthcare institutions in Greece, even patient associations like ELOC, in my opinion, need to have specialized workforce on AI. Different idea, workforce for AI. How do we prepare our doctors, our nurses to AI-based care provision? And then finally, using AI for the workforce. For example, AI scribes, AI-based decision support systems, AI-based algorithms that help, clinical algorithms that can help support clinical decision. So I'll just leave you with these two ideas that for almost everything we do in health, we can do it on AI and we can use AI to doing it better. Same thing for clinical trials. So I think I stop here and really thank you for welcoming to the panel. I'll stay over for a few more minutes until I can, and thank you. I'll give you the word.
Thank you so much. Να κρατήσω αυτό.
So, when it comes to the AI for workforce, recently the patients announced an academy for patients, and the public sector now issues certificates for training on AI. Now we need, I believe, an academy by the national healthcare system, because that will be a huge challenge, and we have to capitalize on that opportunity. Now, let's continue very quickly to the second round of questions. To the president of EDICA, I understand that you are a lawyer, your background is on legal studies, but I remember in the parliament when we have passed the law on EDICA, the question is how you're going to protect our data. So I would like to conclude this discussion with this question, because we know that there are also conservative voices on public discourse. First of all, as you've said earlier yourself, digital literacy is a key word, not only for healthcare professionals, but also for patients. We do have digital tools, but we are sure that we will have more powerful digital tools in the future. However, if we cannot use those tools, then there is a gap, and we have to find a way to fill in this gap. However, there are tangible results that AI is used now in digital applications, and that they work for the benefit of patients. Recently, we presented the National Registry for Cancer Patients. So, in my opinion, step by step, we are working towards the right direction. However, I think that Nikos Iossif is much more suitable to discuss this. I would like to stress the following, that when it comes to data protection, this framework that was shaped starting with GDPR and then with the European Health Data Space works towards this direction. There are not just two bills, there are two very important European regulations that will be implemented shortly. We have primary data healthcare. The patient will use their data, but also physician could have the full image of the patients in order to draw more conclusions and come up with a diagnosis more quickly. And the secondary healthcare data that will be anonymized, will be secure, will be clean, and they will be used either for scientific reasons, but also for shaping health policies. So based on this new institutional framework, based on the EHDS, so we are going to transpose this regulation in Greece, we will have a digital health authority. EDICA will play its own role, will be the technological arm of processing all that data. We will anonymize the data, process it, and then they will be ready for use either for scientific reasons or for informing public health policies. So we will have specific groups that will process that data, respecting the personality of citizens, and above all, it is prohibited by law to use that data for any kind of commercial use. Thank you very much. Mr. Gerogiannis, when it comes to the safety of LLMs, I know that there are challenges, but I would like your comment on LLMs. So this is a very big discussion. I will repeat myself. It is all about being swift and ready. Greece was not ready for this digital transformation. And of course, nowadays we have done great leaps forward, and we believe that we have done something amazing. And this is actually very important. But nowadays, we live in the era of generative AI. A few weeks ago, a new model was launched by Anthropic, the so-called Mythos, on cybersecurity. And there is a huge panic, let's say, in the IT departments, because whatever we knew about IT security is now obsolete. So vulnerabilities have been found in banks, hospitals, healthcare systems that have been existing for decades from the first moment, and nobody had pinpointed them. And those models immediately realized that there were those gaps in place. So if we keep talking about health policies and designing things, and I repeat myself, they are necessary. But if we keep designing and not actually doing, at some point those models are out there and we will be unprepared. LLMs are a huge thing in the history of humankind. In the future, it seems that all of us will have a digital twin installed in our mobile device. It will be a personal assistant. We will assign it our tasks, and if we will not be prepared for this future, we will lose the train. And of course, that is not for the benefit of patients. Finding a tumor much more quickly and training patients, because patients don't always go to do their tests. We cannot have one physician for every patient, but we can have a physician that manages, controls the agent, so to say, and we can have an agent, a model for each patient, and then that agent can, let's say, push the patient, talk with the patient, engage with the patient, and say, I've made an appointment for you to go and see your physicians. LLMs are the source, the basis of this technology. Of course, we need to have cybersecurity. We need to have them secure in order to be able to operate within the framework of policies that we want to have in place. I think the slide by the previous speaker with this distinction, AI on and AI for versus AI for, is exactly the right distinction, the right discussion. Especially when it comes to cybersecurity, we have to start discussing about an extra layer, how we are going to secure this technology apart from the traditional cybersecurity that sticks only to the infrastructure. Thank you very much. If Mythos was a huge reform and China announced its own model, let's see what is going to happen with state computers. So the ministry a week ago launched a new initiative about quantum. So the new work of the new computers will be to break down passwords. So
one final comment from you, Mr. Youssef, please. Yes, first of all, we only have 8 minutes left. Can we have 38 instead of 8? Because I would love to be able to reply to all that has been said. Usually, when I'm commenting, I start by saying that we cannot spend so much time building a traffic regulation if we don't have the cars built. But what we are called upon to do now is decide whether we will continue discussing things that might take place in the future, or we will accept that we are lagging behind and nothing has happened. Greece nowadays, however, is showing other EU member states what e-prescription is all about. Greece is the leader in many technologies. We're lagging behind in diagnosis, but we're also the only member state that has run concurrently 4 large-scale projects regarding screening in collaboration between EOP and EVICA. Greece nowadays has My Health app, and I feel confident that many of us have not downloaded this app in their smartphones. We've got the e-appointment, where you can make an appointment the day after tomorrow for any health service that we need. And I would challenge representatives from health systems in France and other countries, how long does it take them to make an appointment with a physician? I'm not saying that everything is peachy, that everything is perfect, but let's also be honest, we're not back at Dante's Inferno. We're not at that scale. We're not at the starting point. We have reached a certain stage, both good and bad. If one of us feels that we've reached the peak and the other one feels that we're lagging behind, then we do not have a common starting point to move forward. For example, nobody's gone to a public hospital because public hospitals have a specific way of saving imaging tests and results, and they have a streamlined system for that. And this does not go hand in. This is also due to the fact that AOP is already designing specific infrastructure, and who's ever working with AOP, they will be utilizing specific tools, specific platforms. We also have the risk packs, which is a specific way of saving imaging results. And this is a project that has been delivered, and the e-file has been delivered. We have My Health app. How many people are using it? And the registry is in place. It's not something that we are planning for the future. The protocols too. And now we will have the patients also able to add symptoms in the application so that we can have telemonitoring from the physician. And you have been a pioneer in the implementation of these projects. Yes, we are going to be having a panel on all those projects. Well, we'll have a panel, but I feel that everybody has their own different fragmented view of what the landscape is in Greece. So if I can object on one thing, is that we all need to start seeing eye to eye as to where we stand. What is the actual state of play? If we do not see eye to eye on that, we cannot move forward. And of course, I'm not done, but we don't have time. Yes, it's true that things are happening on the field. And at the closing of this second assessment era, we know that we've concluded projects like My Health app. Has anybody seen how much we have progressed digitally as a country, as a member state? Listen, this is not the objective for this panel. We will be looking into the cancer registry and everything later on. I would like to point out, however, that Greece is ranks 6th when it comes to the digital objectives, digital oriented digital literacy and implementation objectives. So we've made a huge leap of 20 rankings to get to the 6th rank. And I would like to ask Ms. Sevasti to also contribute. I also agree that steps have been made, and I don't want to downplay the work and the achievements of EVICA. They have truly offered wonderful results, but I still feel that we're not at the stage where we could be. And you're right, Mr. Yosef, I didn't go to the public hospital, but my question is, could I have gone to a public hospital? Unfortunately, the answer is no, because I would have needed at least 3 months to make an appointment in a public hospital. And when it comes to cancer patients and appointments that can be done over the phone, no, unfortunately, this system is not working right now. In Heraklion, Crete, you cannot go to the university hospital to see an oncologist using the phone service. No, it cannot be done. I've got my health app on my phone. I've got access to everything. These are lovely tools, but they're not sufficient. Unfortunately, we're not there yet. It's true that digital technology can allow us to pinpoint mistakes. So we will be looking on all that is not working. Let me just underline that digital literacy is very important. We need to offer that to all patients, and this is where ELOC is also responsible, because digital literacy needs to be conveyed, needs to spread throughout the patient route-based. And I would like to say that the real success indicator is not about how many LLM models we have developed. It's whether a patient was got an early prognosis, got the right treatment, or felt that they were journeying in a health system that understands and meets their needs. And this is the ChatGPT response. But isn't it precisely what all those tools have achieved? We've got 60,000 citizens nowadays that are part of these programs. I think that we're all working together here. Then the goal is unique, single, and common. We're here for the benefit of citizens. And we're all working together in that direction. But let's have a look at what's happening. Europe has not evolved as much. And let's not forget that this is still a transition stage. In a few months, we will have even more results, even more success stories. Somebody's asking to intervene. Mr. Kapetanakis, luckily we're just the first panel. Let me intervene so that we can wrap this up. As regards my health app and the appointments, I believe that anyone can make an appointment in a very brief period of time. Especially as regards oncologists, there was a side effect. What was the side effect? That oncologists, when appointments were made, were losing time because there was no specification of the reason behind the appointment. Was it a first contact? Was it a follow-up? And this was a problem that arose thanks to the input of oncologists themselves. And this is why, when it comes to oncologists, we had to revisit and review and reassess the time frames. because there is a sequence that needs to be carried out. So with the initial appointment-making procedures, there were some problems that were unsolved, but this is changing. And I would like to implore each and every one of you to download My Health app and try to make an appointment. 80% you will find an appointment, make an appointment in most specialties. And I can vouch for that, and we need to acknowledge this progress that has been made. And yes, we also need to acknowledge that there was a problem here with oncologists, and this was due to the fact that the oncologists themselves identified an issue. I guess that we need to wrap this up. Thank you very much for your attention and for your contribution.
Ευχαριστούμε θερμά τους ομιλητές.
Thank you very, very much to all the panelists of the previous panel, and we can move forward to the next panel titled Digital Health and the Future of Care. I would like to invite the moderator, Mr. Haralabos Karanikas, who is a professor of IT focusing on biomedicine and medicine informatics, to join me on the stage. And I would like to announce we will also have Mr. Andreas Karalabous as an online co-moderator. He's a professor of oncology and palliative care, a director in the Research Center for Oncology and Palliative Care in the Cyprus University of Technology, and an adjunct professor in the University of Turkey in Finland, and former president of European Cancer Organization. Thank you both, moderators, for being here. Would you like to introduce the panelists, or should I do that? So I would like to ask the panelists to join us on the stage. Mr. Panagiotis Dimitris, Mr. Fotiadis, Ms. Kostaridou, Mr. Hadjikostantinou, Mr. Landos, and Mr. Androutsopoulos. Kindly join us on stage.
Κύριε Παμίτεράτα, θα συνεχίσουμε στο ίδιο πνεύμα.
So we will continue along the same lines, because I really liked the previous panel, and I'm eager. I would love to be able to invite Ms. Theodoridou to join this panel as well. But first of all, thank you to the panelists. Thank you to Alok for the honorary invitation to moderate this exquisite panel. Thank you to Mr. Haralabous for co-moderating online. So once again, I really love what was said earlier, and let's move in the same direction. We're meant to discuss technological issues. We're talking digital health and the future of care. And we all realize that technology is of no value if we cannot measure the impact it has on human health and human quality of life. It's not about measuring how many models can be implemented, how many technological achievements can be made. It's all about everyday clinical practice that needs to improve. And this is what we are accountable for. And I believe that it is true. In our country, we've made huge steps forward in the past few years. So now is the time to have a look at all those digital tools and how all the investments made can yield fruit, can yield results. So we've got a dual topic to cover. First of all the pilot applications, what are they translating into digital health services? How do they translate into in practice? How can innovation come closer to digital practice? And on the other hand, let's have a look at how all the digital projects that have been implemented in our country can truly bear fruit. And in order for us to begin, it is with great joy that I announce panelists that I salute as mentors or as leaders. Let's start with Mr. Bamidis, for example. How would you, you know that we've invested a lot in digital tools in the past few years. Have we also invested in training healthcare professionals and patients in how to utilize these new technologies? I hope that everybody can hear me. First of all, thank you for the kind invitation and for your kind words. I would say no, in brief. We have not invested in that. And I believe that this is an area where we have invested more in training patients and less in training healthcare professionals. Unfortunately, sometimes things happen too rapidly and we lag behind and try to catch up. I remember a few years back, for decades, we discussed e-files and registries, and then things accelerated, and we realized that we had patients like needs, and patients were actually moving forward much more rapidly than states and authorities. And we know that in many institutions like the academia, universities, they are slower to catch up, even in postgraduate studies where they should be training providing training that's more specialized, more dedicated on AI tools, digital tools. We still have a, let's call it, compact institutional framework, which is still about certification that has a 5-year limit. If I want to have a curriculum in a postgraduate degree in Greece, then I have to create something that will be the same 5 years down the line. So this is not developing, this is not evolving or moving forward, this is not keeping up with the times. So what's missing is the golden paradigm, having trained physicians that will participate in postgraduate or training seminars, vocational studies that will offer knowledge which is rapidly evolving. But this cannot remain a theoretical approach. Within the universities, things are still theoretical, and we see that healthcare professionals are training themselves. And this is where we need an example, a standard of what works with AI today, what doesn't work with AI. Let's look at a good example of AI use and a bad example of poor AI use. So these are all things that are missing. Unfortunately, literature is also lagging behind, and this is why we cannot come up with new curricula, even for postgraduate studies. So let's have a look at what we can truly capitalize on, utilize, so that we render things tangible. And I believe that education needs to change. We need to shift from the classical lecture in an amphitheater to more hands-on training based on scenarios, based on actual practice, moving from the theoretical exams of multiple choice questions or what former professors used to do, write down what you know about this computer language. So the entire framework needs to change. And therein, unfortunately, we still have institutional obstacles that do not allow us to perform rapid changes. But we cannot delay anymore, because in the end, we will have tools, but no people to actually use those tools.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fotiadis, could you please comment on training? A short comment, if you please, when it comes to training. Panagiotis talked about university, but also there is also lifelong learning on technologies. This is something that is very close to our hearts of us that work on digital technologies. It seems that we don't actually know what those tools are doing or how we are going to come closer to a patient, to a caregiver, how we are going to convince them to use all those tools. When the legislation or the institutional framework does not allow you to make an appointment by walking into the hospital, you have to use the application, as we did earlier with TaxisNet. TaxisNet in Greece is now obligatory for all tax purposes. Something else that comes to mind is the issue of age. There is a huge gap. Young people are familiar with the use of technologies, while older people lag a bit behind. And I don't know how we can help them. We have spent a lot of time by teaching and try to convince older people to use new technologies. It is difficult. This endeavor is difficult. People that suffer from Parkinson's disease, women, patients of breast cancer, there is a huge gap, and they leave technology aside. Patients don't focus on technological solutions, and this is the real thing. Now, let's talk about the training of healthcare professionals, which is very important. Especially physicians say that they don't have time, and you have to bring them evidence that this is useful for them. So there is yet another gap. I don't believe that we don't have the tools to offer training. The tools are there, but they are not. We cannot convince people to come to that training, to be trained. On the other hand, nobody trained us to use our mobile phones. Nobody trained us to use smart fridges or smart washing machines. When app technologies are co-designed with patients, when it is user-friendly and brings about results, it will be used. You've talked about mobile phones. You know, a citizen pays 1,000, 2,000 euros to buy a new mobile device. Who is paying for their healthcare services themselves? No one. Don't they? Are you sure? They wait for the healthcare system. I'm not talking about visits to physicians. I'm talking about healthcare systems. Don't take it the wrong way. I insist that if systems and technologies and apps give a good result, then they will be adopted. This is my belief. They will be used at the end of the day because they will be useful, they will be effective. Of course, training is very important. It is not only the only thing that will help us to this digital transition. Now, I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Kostaridou in order to introduce another dimension technology talks about application, speediness, but when it comes to the quality and the safety from the use of technology is also a very important factor to be taken into consideration. So I know that you work in the office of WHO in Athens. Good morning. If you allow me, first of all, I would like to say something about training the healthcare professionals. Within the framework of 2 projects for 2 digital platforms that we support at the office, we organize trainings for healthcare professionals, either when it comes to how we collect data to be used in a digital platform or on AI applications. When it comes to AI, the trainings took place in Athens and then also in Portugal. They were very simple, a so-called introduction to digital technologies and how artificial intelligence works and hands-on labs. And what I understood is that healthcare professionals, either physicians or administrators or nurses, they really wanted to learn more about these technological tools because digital health might be something very wide, but when they understand it, the more they understand it, the more they want to incorporate it in their daily lives. So technologies should be more accessible and they should reap a benefit from that, so to say. Now, when it comes to the safety and security of data, I think this should be done on a step-by-step basis. We have the tools. There is the EU legislation on new technologies, the so-called MDR, the AI Act, which is related more to the risk. So innovation shouldn't be adopted for the sake of innovation itself, but it should be done on an evidence-based basis, on good practices, and we should implement it step by step, starting from the design based on the existing regulation and legislation, by allowing all stakeholders to design this new technology, to support the use of new technology with evidence. Does it help the end user or does it create more burden? A lot of new digital tools might be adopted without taking into consideration the extra burden for healthcare professionals themselves. So we should start from a pilot project to include older people as well, all kinds of people, to reinforce digital literacy. Have we included vulnerable groups, minorities? So all kinds of groups of people should be taken into consideration in the design stage. So apart from legislation, there should be a body, an institution that controls the plan, the implementation, and later the use. Because technologies are designed, but they are constantly updated. Who is monitoring that update? Let's say there is an application that keeps having upgrade, or an algorithm of AI. And this is something that constantly develops just by using simple tools such as ChatGPT. One can understand that. How are we going to safeguard that algorithms have the same impact on our population? So it is not enough to monitor the design and the implementation. We should keep monitor those tools and keep improving them. Nowadays, we have the knowledge and the tools in our disposal. In the office, we try to do that in the projects that we support. And innovation should not be adopted for the sake of innovation itself. We should understand the impact that it will have to the population, and nowadays we have the tools at our disposal. We will keep this word, the word impact, for the second round of questions. How do we measure the impact, the result of that application? As Mrs. Theodoridou said earlier. So at the end of the day, how patients are benefited. So we've started from training and education. Then we discussed the safety from the use of technology. Now let's discuss data themselves. At least when it comes to information technology, the most important concept is information, not technology itself. So data are important, information, insights, and the knowledge produced from data in order to support decision-making process. Let's give the floor to an hematologist online, Mr. Hadzi Konstantinou. We want your opinion. Those data that are used, that produced with the use of technology, how we can use them to the benefit of healthcare professionals and patients alike. How are we going to safeguard that it will not be an information overload to their everyday practice? Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for this question. The value of data will be safeguarded if we will use them in order to improve the outcomes for patients with the so-called precision medicine, meaning that clinical interventions and decisions will take into consideration genetic factors, environmental factors, the clinical characteristic, the way of life of the patient, in order to choose the best possible treatment for this specific patient at that specific time. If we are going to personalize the treatment for patients, we can safeguard that the treatment will be more efficient with the less possible toxicity. However, in order to take into consideration all those characteristics, the genetic, environmental characteristics, what we do is that we group diseases in more detailed subgroups, so to say, more specialized subgroups, and that creates rare subgroups in diseases that can be rather often, such as cancer. This is a very good example of that case. Of course, it is wrong facing cancer as a single disease, but it is also a mistake to understand its histological type as a single, let's say, type of cancer, because every patient needs a specialized approach. However, in order to implement all that in action, we need huge amount of data, high quality data, that can be used in order to come up with those small groups and understand which interventions will lead to better outcomes for those little subgroups. But how can we safeguard that all this information will not overload physicians and that is easy for physicians to manage? We should control the quality of data in order to achieve that. Of course, that includes the digitalization of healthcare system, the interoperability among various institutions, the research and physician community needs to streamline the processes that use real-world data. Unfortunately, there is a lot of garbage, so to say, in the medical literature. It is not always easy to understand what is good and what cannot be used. And that, of course, going back to the previous discussion, we should train physicians. Physicians should understand which studies and trials are good and which data can produce results that will be favorable for the patient, because this is not easy at all. In Greece, we don't focus on how we can assess a trial and a study and how you assess the results? An easy answer is that we will follow the guidelines. Medicine now is developing very quickly. New things come into play, and we don't always have guidelines for everything on how to use everything. So physicians have to specialize. We cannot know anything. The more the information, the more the volume of data we have in our disposal, the more specialized you should be in your everyday practice in order to be able to understand it fully and to be able to utilize that information. Precision medicine doesn't have certain limits. We can also use other information, such as the exercise, and not just gene lesions, other data about the lifestyle. So you understand that the wider it gets, the more important it is for us to specialize and receive better and more training. Thank you very much.
Για παράδειγμα και των φοιτητών.
Let me also add that education of students, because I know many professors, colleagues that say, don't use ChatGPT, don't use AI. On the contrary, what I do is I tell them, use all those tools, because I know they will do it either way, whether I say it or not. But the question is, how will they use it? Because we're coming up with a new generation of people that are going to be utilizing AI on a daily basis. So it's critical to know how to do that. And now let's move on to another aspect that has to do more with patients. Zoltan Lantos.
Greek. You understand Greek? No. Not yet. Not yet. But I think we'll have a collaboration, so soon you will learn some Greeks, at least. The other dimension we would like to add is, the patient. And the core message there is the key concept is patient empowerment. You are coordinating My Health at My Hands, is a European project. According to your experience, what is the crucial role that will empower patients for using and trusting the technology?
Thank you for inviting me and have the opportunity to discuss patient centricity. So when we want to implement patient centricity, we need to consider patients as human beings. And we have discussed the role of digital tools, and in care we have learned through different exploratory research that trust is originated by human interactions. We are social animals, and we all need social interactions. So when we design a care pathway, and design is key here, we need to place the patient in the center and understand the perception through the care pathway, and rather we can talk about the health pathway, because in everyday setting we need to recommend everyday actions to patients, and digital tools can be one player in the care teams. We know that we need care teams. The more serious is the case, more members we need in the care team. Now we have new digital participants in this team, virtual assistants as well, digital tools. So we need to design the health pathway and according to the perceptions of the patient. And we need to understand the different interaction points and design digital tools according to their specific need at that very moment when the tool is applied. So this is not transaction-driven, rather transformation-driven. There is a new economic model called transformation economy. It was published half a year ago by Pines, and this described the economic model, how transformation, those people who want to achieve something, and patients want to achieve something, it is clear, that we have the economic model that how the transformation can be supported. So when we consider design perspective, we need to understand the supporting and limiting impacts throughout the health journey. And we also need to design digital tools according to that specific need at specific moments.
And 2 words about My Health at My Hands application. What will provide to the European citizens and to the Greeks?
Yeah, first of all, this is a wallet-based project. So the coming European Digital Identity Wallet will be implemented. And from next year onwards, all of us will have the opportunity to identify ourselves and authenticate ourselves by a digital identity. So when I go to a hospital, I can identify myself with my digital identity, and I can store different documents, attributes. For example, a cancer survivor card can be integrated into the wallet, and we will implement this. And this can be integrated, so the wallet can be integrated in health applications. So most probably the Greek health application will include the Greek wallet, and the application will be using the wallet for identification, and additional card, survivor card, vaccination card can be stored and then shared throughout Europe, everywhere where we go. So there will be cross-border care pathways and both online, offline care support, and this will enabled by the wallet. So a mobile device which will store and share different types of document. And the end, it will also help physicians to filter the information. So when the context is stored in the wallet, then through the interaction, only the necessary information will be accessed by the physician.
Thank you. Thank you, Zoltan. Και μετά από αυτή την ενημέρωση και σχετικά με την εφαρμογή του My Health at My Hands, η οποία πραγματικά...
Thank you. And following this brief introduction on My Health in My Hands, the projects in the EU, let's move to Mr. Androutsopoulos in order to look at a different perspective, that of the pharma industry and the centers of excellence. What are the criteria that need to be met by any digital application that wants to be impactful, so that, in a sense, that a pilot application can transform into a sustainable one? First of all, good morning, and thank you to ALARC for this honorary invitation. Congratulations, for this has been an amazing and very timely forum. And I'm also the chairman of the Pharmaceutical Management Forum in Greece. So under this hat as well, congratulations. First of all, I believe that this has been sort of answered this question by previous speakers. On one hand, it is about the clinical data and how, to what extent this application can provide added value for diagnostic purposes, quality of life of the patients, mapping of protocols and what have you. So it's important to focus on the data. What kind of data do we have in hand? Can we work on that data? Is it from trials? Is it raw data? Is it clear data? So this is one aspect. A second aspect, dimension, has to do with the interoperability of healthcare systems. So any application to come needs to be able to work together with existing platforms, with it needs to have set in place all safeguards regarding security, interoperability, and integration within a comprehensive landscape and ecosystem. Another very important aspect and dimension is the financial one. We, as pharmaceutical industry companies, we can co-fund along with the state what is truly of interest for us, a feasibility study. Will this application provide added value to the healthcare system? Can it improve the number of appointments, of visits? Can it bring down the number of hospitalization stay days? All issues that we touched upon earlier. Can it provide added value by offering deeper insight in diseases? Can it facilitate the day-to-day life of patients? Can it identify or clarify vague or blind spots when it comes to certain diseases? That's very important. Another important facet is the user experience, the patient experience. And it was beautifully highlighted by our previous speaker. I believe it's very, very important to have simple applications. Very often we get carried away and we want to introduce tons of different features in an application that in the bottom line make the application difficult to use. So we need to ask patients, is this application easy to use? Is it user-friendly? Does it meet your unmet needs? Does it satisfy you? And it was also beautifully stated that we also have caregivers. It's not just the patients that will be using an application or that will be able or unable to exploit specific features. It can be the caregiver, a caregiver that could be a healthcare professional or not. Very often caregivers are just people coming from the immediate surroundings and environment of a patient. Will these people be able to utilize an application for the benefit of the patient? It's also a key issue. And then we have another point that I would like to touch upon. It's been mentioned, and we looked at it through the educational lens. But we also need to talk about the need to change mindsets. This goes hand in hand with education. What does it mean? In the pilot group that we have set up in order to create a pilot application, have we included people that will look into real-life evidence, that will look into real utilization, people that will be able to discuss with their peers and convince them about the benefit of the end application? Have we utilized people that are at the center, at the core of a patient's journey, that recognize the flow of a service, of anything that comes into play in a patient's journey? Because very often we design beautiful applications, and when it's time to launch them, the entire system has a knee-jerk reaction because it is impossible to utilize because nobody has trained the trainers of the end users. That's also very important. Thank you. You have touched upon a multitude of very important issues. Let me just say that recently we worked together with Mr. Bapmidis on the topic of caregivers. We worked on a telemedicine protocol that was introduced into the National Telemedicine Network. And we we brought the role of the caregiver at the heart of this protocol, because it is a very important, it's a key role. So it had to be something that was visible in the flow, visible in the journey. So I'm very happy that you mentioned it. And now I would like to move on to Mr. Harilabous. Although he is my co-moderator, because of geographical restrictions and the distance that they entail, is not with us today. So let me ask you to comment on the following topic. Very often we talk about innovation in treatment, and we kind of disregard patient experience. Could we claim that telemedicine can truly support patients, and in particular cancer survivors? And how? Thank you very much. Thank you for the kind invitation addressed to me to come moderate. Thank you for shouldering the actual moderation work of moderating. I would like also to thank Alok for the honorary invitation. I feel that your question touches on core issues that may have already been discussed, but they're also at the epicenter of modern oncology. For long years, we focused primarily on treatment, scientific developments, novel technologies, advanced medicine. But we all know that cancer success cannot be measured solely and exclusively on how long a survivor will live, but also needs to take into consideration quality of life, both during treatment and during the survivorship of a patient, which is the daily living of each and every one of us. And I would say that digital technology and digital health can play a key role here. Not because we have more applications, but rather because it can help care move closer to the real needs of patients and survivors, both when it is properly designed and, of course, and above all, when it is properly implemented. For example, imagine a patient who's back home following a chemotherapy or an immunotherapy, which is a novel treatment with more side effects. Up to recently, communication with the the physician team would take place either during the visit or if symptoms became so grave, so severe, that the patient had to go to the emergency room, which is, of course, counterproductive. But today we've got tools like Econ Joint Action, which is an initiative that we participate in as the Technical University of Cyprus. And this allows patients to record, to enter symptoms like fatigue, mood swings, dietary restrictions, and this allows for a more timely intervention before an issue becomes a problem, and even more so before this problem becomes hard to manage. This is not a theoretical promise. We've got the scientific data at hand. We've got evidence that shows that regular recording of symptoms, both by patients and carers who are key members of the teams managing cancer patients, can truly improve quality of life, bring down the number of ER visits, and lead to better clinical outcomes because side effects are treated earlier on. And treatments can proceed with greater security, greater safety, preventing and avoiding secondary complications. Of course, this is just an example. Digital health is not just about monitoring symptoms. It can also be of great help in better understanding the treatment, in looking into other options in terms of the treatment regimen. It can avoid unnecessary transportation to and from the hospital of the patient. It can truly reduce to a great extent disparities in health, in access to health services. And we know that the number of survivors, cancer survivors, keeps increasing, which means that we need to utilize technology also for this part of our patients' lives. because survival very often goes hand in hand with increased needs for monitoring, watch and wait, relapse, prevention. And currently, we've got the digital tools at hand that can support us in a model of long-term follow-up that will allow patients and their carers to feel that they're not alone, they're not cast out once the active part of the treatment is over. At the same time, digital health is not the answer to all prayers. It's not a panacea. It is not a solution for all issues. It needs to be user-friendly. It needs to avoid causing added administrative loads, workloads. It needs to avoid never moving beyond being a promise. And it is evident in literature that lots of outcomes of research programs are not translated into actionable and measurable results for the medical society. And this is a problem that we all need to acknowledge and try to detect the root causes behind it. And then there's also an issue which has to do with digital equality. Not everyone is as familiar with digital technologies as the person standing next to them. Many patients live in regions with limited infrastructure, and they should not be left out. Digital health needs to be designed on a basis of inclusion and inclusivity in order to not leave anyone out, including the people that are not familiar with novel technologies. Thank you.
So let us come back to something that, in my opinion, this is what is missing in Greece. The so-called impact, the fact that how can we measure it? We have all kinds of applications around the country, but nobody is measuring if those applications actually bring about any result. The Ministry of Digital Governance is called upon to fund new initiatives without having measured which was the impact of the older ones. So ask the universities, because in my opinion we shouldn't wait EVICA and the ministries to provide all the solutions. What can we do in order to help as the scientific community, as the academia, in order to have measurable results from our healthcare applications, and also to help utilize the data? Reference was made to the network of telemedicine. The representative of Cisco said that we have parked a Ferrari at the Ministry of Digital Health and also at EPICA, and those tools, those very fancy tools, now have to speed up and bring about results. How can we help those digital tools, those Ferraris, so to say, to run and bring about results? Thank you very much for this question. The gap exists in the following. We have a lot of research projects that bring about results, and the final result, even if it is very important and it could help us leverage that result for the years to come, is not properly utilized. We keep producing research results, but those are not disseminated to the ministry. And that would be a small part. But that is missing. We don't inform the administration of the country that this result has been produced and this is at your disposal. This is never done. This doesn't take place. However, the government never asked us to share our results, even if they know that we are working on those projects. They have never asked for any kind of recommendation, of any kind of opinion. It almost never happens. Therefore, there is a mutual, let's say, lack of interest. Now, let's discuss about those fancy tools. Yes, we have all those fancy tools at our disposal, but nowadays we have also to train the drivers to run with those cars. Even if the case of the self-driving cars, one has to understand how this works, how they can use those tools safely. So, in my opinion, we need to make an organized effort, not only the academia and the universities, but also the administration, in order to be able to continue together and to translate the scientific results to real action, to everyday use. Unfortunately, we are almost out of time. So, Mr. Foudiadis, reference was made to impact. Yes, there is both a positive and a negative impact to any human activity, but in my way, the only way to measure this impact is to have a systematic scientific approach. In the case of a digital platform, in the case of a digital tool, one should conduct a clinical trial. Very restricted, why not, and gather the data that you need. Let's discuss the example of quality of life. We have digital applications that help the quality of life. One has to prove it. And in order to prove it, one has to gather data. Universities have the way and the knowledge to gather data in order to prove that this or that application improves the quality of life. Some healthcare applications that run under the medical device regulation, then one has to conduct a clinical study that has to prove that there are not safety risks, but there are clinical benefits to the patient and clinical benefits to the healthcare system and to physicians alike. So I'm not talking about impact, I'm talking about benefit. On the other hand, if we want to take a look at the negative impact, because let's say that you have an application that makes preventions for a disease and also makes recommendations. So the negative impact is the so-called risk. And universities have the knowledge and lots of experts, technicians, IT experts, nurses, physicians, to be able to conduct such a study, either comparing this application with another application or other kinds of studies that are based on scenarios, and you don't have to compare it. But universities should help into the systematic assessment based on moral guidelines and moral accepted baselines. Thank you very much. I don't know, we don't have time. Just a short comment. When it comes to impact, I would like to say that I agree with my teachers. The right way is to have KPIs and to measure those KPIs and then assess the results. Thank you very much. A short comment on my behalf. I agree with you, but in order to bring about impact, we should have an optimization plan to be able to understand what can we improve, how we can improve this application, because this is also relates to the learning curve, not only for patients, but also for healthcare professionals, in order to bring about the impact that we want. Mr. Hadjikostadinu, I agree with the previous speakers, but in order to have a real impact, we have to make a step back. The co-creation was mentioned several times, but we start not in the best possible way. We have to start by taking a look at the needs, not just by designing a tool and then trying to find uses. In order to have real impact, this digital application should have value for physicians and patients. It should be adopted, and that should start from the beginning. Mr. Haralambos, two short comments. One about training. Any kind of training should be an integral part of that study and not be a separate task. And research approaches on technology should be based on pragmatic clinical trials that are inextricably linked with real-world data.
This time, probably next year, I will learn the Greek comment at the end. So I agree, clinical studies, so the health technology assessment framework is a solid framework, and this should be applied. What is new in this context is that beside the medical outcome, we should measure health experience, what we have discussed. And this is a new era where we measure patient experience and health-related experience. We need a lot to explore and learn and define new metrics, because metrics will be key. So health technology assessment, clinical studies, and medical outcomes, plus patient experience measurement.
Thank you very much. Ευχαριστώ όλους. Ευχαριστώ.
Γεια σας.
Ευχαριστούμε θερμά την...
Thank you very much for this very interesting discussion. Now it is time for a short coffee break. Please come back immediately in order to continue with the agenda.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Παρακαλώ πολύ να πάρουμε τις θέσεις μας για να προχωρήσουμε στο επόμενο τραπέζι. Παρακαλώ να καθίσουμε.
Please resume your seats.
Είμαστε έτοιμοι λοιπόν να ξεκινήσουμε με το επόμενο τραπέζι.
We are ready to begin with the next panel, but I would like to kindly ask you to be quiet and resume your seats so that we can commence. We can start with the next panel titled Implementing Digital Transformation of Cancer Care, Building a Continuum of Patient-Centered Cancer Care. And I would like to ask the moderator, the President of ALOC, Mr. George Kapetanakis, to join me on stage and start moderating this panel.
Λοιπόν, καλημέρα και πάλι.
So, good morning yet again. We had a brief break, but we're moving into the digital transformation part. And we've got an excellent panel with wonderful panelists. This is the 1st of July, so happy July, all of you. I would not wish to delay this event, so I would like to call the panelists to join me on stage. First of all, Ms. Nikki Tsuma, CEO of EVICA, who always honors us with her presence. Mrs. Panayota Mitru, medical doctor, internist, diabetologist, and head of the Independent Department of Therapeutic Protocols and Patient Registries of the Ministry of Health. Please take any seat you like. And then the CEO of Gnome Informatics, Mr. Kagelidis. Then from Nova ICT, Mr. Brianis, Mr. Konstantinos Kostikas, co-founder and managing partner of HIPAA, Health Information Platform and Services. And I will act as a moderator. Unfortunately, we had hoped to have another moderator, but, sometimes we don't always get what we want. So I would like to welcome you once again at this very fortunate moment of time, whereby we've got lots of things already happening, lots of things nearing the end. A long process is nearing its end, a process of preparation of things to come. So this panel is not just about another IT project. It has to do with cancer care in our country and how it can benefit from knowledge, continuity, memory, and coordination. Memory and knowledge have already been mentioned, and I'm very happy for that. But what will this entail for our patients? Less hassle, fewer repeat visits, better pathways. And for physicians, it should translate into a better understanding, more timely understanding of the patient's overall profile. We know that we're nearing the end of the preparation stage. We know that we're nearing the starting point for the implementation, for the judgment day, where we will be called upon to look at what we've done so far, at how things are being implemented, and whether the things implemented actually provide us with the impact that we were looking for. So we want to increase scientific collaboration. We want to improve the efficacy of the NHS. We want to be able to provide quality data this is all part of the description of EVICA regarding the project that is underway. Could you, therefore, Ms. Tsuma, CEO of EVICA, could you describe to us what has been achieved so far? What are we going to see in the coming months? How can we maximize efficacy of the deliverable? We've been fortunate to walk by your side, and we know what you've been through, and it's been a difficult task. Yesterday was the end of the RRF, and this means that this conjuncture is quite difficult for all partners. So I want us, however, to maintain our optimism regarding what is to come. Thank you very much. And good day, everybody. The project is not at its end, it's beginning now. I like that. Well, actually, that's something I keep saying. A project begins once analysis and design stages are over with. And we are now entering the implementation stage by the contractor. So there are two distinct stages. On one hand, design and preparation, and then actual operation. And this is the second stage, where I would call it the beginning of the implementation of the project. Because we are about to see what will come out of the designs and analysis that we performed at the first stage. First stage, we came up with an objective 3 years ago. How about coming up with a healthcare system that will provide better cancer care for our patients? And after 3 years of constant collaboration, what we had visualized has translated into practice. We already have some servers up and running. We already have some services provided to both patients and physicians. And what does this all mean? When it comes to the services for patients, because just saying that the RRF is over doesn't mean anything. It was the financing of the initial investment. So the country did get some funding from the Recovery Fund for the initial investment in a comprehensive healthcare system and patient care system. And this money was received and put to good use. I believe, and this is well known to all of us, that when it comes to this project, for its design, for the analysis, as EVICA, we were, I believe, exemplary in how well we abided by all rules, regulations, and provisions. So this was a project that came up, that created workforces, task forces, that recorded input from all stakeholders, users, beneficiaries, administrative executives, technicians, the contractor, advisors. So anyone who needed to contribute with their knowledge and their experience actually did contribute. I've got sitting next to me Miss Mitru, and she was a huge help on behalf of the ministry for anything that has to do with protocols, and she's the right person to do that, because if we tried to look into therapeutic protocols, we'd probably had stumbled and blundered. You were a huge help because you represented patients that set forth their expectations and their demands. So all in all, this stage was completed the way it should have. We moved to methodology, to translating into action, into practice. And we've seen some deliverables up and running. The registry has been up and running for a year now, the patient registry. We have a system that all oncology hospitals throughout the country are linked with. Other hospitals are now All other hospitals are now going through the stage where they're trying to connect to this system, especially if they've got oncology departments. We also have a system set up in order to capitalize on MDTs. And we're now at the stage where a ministerial decree will allow us to also provide an application for patients, which means that we're starting to run the system, providing information to hospitals, to physicians, to patients, to all persons that are stakeholders in this specific health sector. So what are we planning to do in the near future? Let me start by saying that a system is never static, can never be static. So this could be the first version of our system. What we've got up and running right now is what we had designed 3 years ago. But this does not mean that what we designed 3 years ago was perfect. It doesn't mean that all needs were recorded. It doesn't mean that needs remain the same as 3 years ago, which means that an IT system, once it is up and running, needs to be preserved, needs to be equipped in such a way as for it to remain viable and sustainable. So we are collecting the first results, and we are redesigning, we are improving, we are recording new needs. Some laws are changing, some protocols are changing, new medicine is coming up. In real life, in clinical practice, things are changing, evolving all the time, which means that yes, we have come up with a system. The system is opening up to the audience, but it also needs to be able to adapt to an ever-changing reality. And that means that this adaptation process will be constant. And what do we as designers and providers of the system do now? We need to monitor, to supervise the technical operation and the administrative operation. To what extent does it meet needs? How user-friendly is it? Do we need to record novel input, new needs, new protocols? Some protocols become obsolete. Do they need to be removed? So all task forces continue their work and have intensified their work in order to keep this system alive, a living thing that can still be used from citizens of the future, from the community for which it was created in the future as well. You are absolutely correct. Such systems need to be living organisms. It's not, we cannot establish something, create something, and then set it aside. They need to evolve. And we know that often things change when we move from the design and planning stage to the operational stage, because things come up. And now we're discussing about a digital revolution in the health sector. We've got new e-files, we've got registries, we've got new challenges. But we will come back to that later on. Let's move to Mrs. Mitru. Ms. Mitru, you are in charge of registries. Could you say a few words? I would actually like to share some slides with you because I've got some data to present. First of all, thank you very, very much for the honorary invitation and for allow me to contribute to this amazing project that has taken place. All patient registries, including the cancer registry, draw from a specific legislative framework that sets forth the timelines, frames that will allow for a sound protection of personal data. And with the help of EVICA and its contractor, we've also come up with a system that's got lots of safety valves so that we can be sure that data included therein is reliable. Because if we don't have reliable data, it's better not to have any data at all, because it can lead us into a erroneous direction. And I would like to point out that this project was performed with the input of the scientific community, of people that manage cancer on a day-to-day basis. And of course, the contribution of Mr. Kapetanakis has been substantial and not theoretical moral cheerleading. We all know that this is a system that allows physicians not just to prescribe, but also to enter data regarding the patient. It was launched close to the end of 2025, and 2 months later we decided to audit. And we saw that only 1,000 cases had been entered, and we felt that this was a failure and that we needed to do something. So what did we do? We formulated a pop-up message so that whenever a physician is e-prescribing any medication, even if it's not related to cancer management, there would be a pop-up message that this patient is not in the registry, and please enter the data of this patient if this is a cancer patient. How did that help? Of course, it didn't stop the e-prescription procedure because we didn't want to create problems for our physicians or patients, but what we wanted to come up with was a national registry that would include all patients in the Greek territory, throughout the Greek territory, in order to have reliable data that would be beneficial to all our physicians, that would no longer have to undertake the administrative tasks as well, and they would be freed up to focus on the treating aspect. Now, I want you to focus on this link. This is how we said before, how physicians can enter the registry, but with this link, anyone, even people that are not physicians, can check on the patients registered in the registry. This is the data as of this morning. 23,000 patients, well, close to 23,500 patients. So you remember it was only 1,000 patients before the pop-up message. So we've got different health units, both which indicates that it's not just the leading oncology hospitals, but also can be private clinics. And what does this show us? It shows us some statistics, gender ratio, distribution, geographical distribution. It was expected that we would have population increased population in the two metropolitan areas of regions of Greece. But on the other hand, and I'm saying this to EVICA as well, I believe it would be very nice if we could have a slide with similar data per 100,000 patients, because only in that case can we see whether on an island, on a mountainous village, we have an increase of incidents, for example, because that will allow us to identify the root causes and fight against them. And this is the gender distribution per type of cancer. Prostate cancer being the leading cause of cancer in males. And I would like to point out that we've had an excellent contribution with respect to the fact that in the beginning we didn't have new malignancies being registered. How did we change that? We fought, we campaigned to raise awareness, and now we also have new malignancies being entered, and we're very happy for that. We also see the year of diagnosis as of the end of 2025. That makes sense. But there are doctors that have started entering previously diagnosed cases, even though the follow-up will take place as of the end of 2025. And we see the itemization of treatments, chemio, radio, immunotherapy, how the breakdown of treatments. And we also had say that this is not just a registration tool. It is an interactive tool that provides information to the hospitals, to the scientific committees, to the MDTs and tumor boards, a link to many systems that contain information that can afterwards be divulged where it should be. And we also have the opportunity to draw legitimate data that can be sent forward to European registries and to the research community, because there can be no development in health without research. So we've got multiple benefits that are already garnered and will continue to be so in the future as well. So to us, this is not a tool. This is not a simple instrument. It is a bridge linking together innovation, research, technology, administration, and of course, all that for the benefit of the patient. Thank you. Thank you very much. This has been an amazing presentation. It is true that when we met last year, it was only 1,000 patients, and now you're talking about 23,500 people. So that's an amazing leap forward. We would love to see this increase. Yes, we want to reach 100%. And let's try and focus and see how we can spread this information, how we can draw in more physicians. We had said in the beginning that everything was going to be on non-mandatory basis, but I'm guessing that perhaps entry of data should become mandatory in order to enlarge this database. And let's not forget that this is a huge issue for cancer patients. We've been advocating for the creation of this registry for decades now, and we're very happy to see the progress made. And I would like to know of any ideas of how we can reinforce this together.
So 100% in a reliable way can be achieved only by the specific report. We have started to organize it. The scientific society has tried to codify and digitalize the so-called cath lab findings report. It will be part of the patient's health registry. It is a very difficult project. We have lots of types of cancer, and this society will try to codify it. It is a very big project, but at the end of it, we will have, at least for the 4 or 5 more often types of cancer, we will have a lot of data. So we have to do something step by step. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Kostikas. Kindly say a few words. Can we really incorporate data or information that exists at other sources, universities, hospitals? Is there any perspective? Is there any possibility in the future? Since we might have data that it might be helpful to register all those data in the same pool. Hello, thank you very much for this very honoring invitation. I would like to congratulate Mr. Kapetanakis, but also to the Hellenic Cancer Federation that manages to bring all the stakeholders together and works as a catalyst, accelerating the developments and helping everyone. Now, when it comes to your question, it is a very important question. The registry is like an iceberg. The largest part of it is underwater, and I believe that it works very well, but we have a lot of infrastructure that are very useful because we want the data to be of very high quality, to be reliable. We want physicians and everyone using them to be able to use them in a right way. And there is also infrastructure for interoperability. Interoperability is something difficult because it also pertains to technology. But technology is easier, let's say, compared to other things that should be tackled in order for the healthcare systems to interoperate with each other. This is not a great problem. This is a problem around the world in a lot of countries. And in Greece, the state has done a lot of steps forward, especially when it comes to cancer patients. So we have infrastructure, especially for the registry, the cancer patients registry, to be able to get data from other sources. And we understand that this is something very important. So, answering what the registry can do for the patients, because this is the most important thing. I will bring you an example from Denmark. Denmark has got registries, cancer registries. The scientific community and the technicians alike published a huge report in Nature, in a very important journal, where by using the data of the cancer registries of Denmark in order to come up with a rather simple model of artificial intelligence that predicts for colon cancer patients, colorectal cancer, how they are going to do after their operation. So meaning that by using the data from 18,000 patients, any kind of data they could find, because when we use machine learning in order to build an AI model, you don't know how and what kind of data will be useful or not. Cancer is such a complex disease that there are correlations between data that are so complex and it is not easy for us to understand them, that only technology, contemporary technology, can utilize them. And therefore, we cannot know beforehand which data will be useful or not. So every kind of data that can be introduced in this pool will be useful to build this model. Of course, there are legal issues, there are data privacy issues, and technology can offer a solution yet again. And the result, they observed by using that AI model that when 29% of patients post-operatively didn't have a very good course, that percentage was reduced to 19%. So they had a 10% reduction just because they knew they could predict beforehand and say that this patient is a high-risk patient, pay a lot of attention not only during the operation but also post-operatively. It was very simple, just that nurses were visiting that patient's home more often. A simple solution but very important. In my opinion, this is what is important. This is a tangible example of how important a registry, a patient registry, will be, how the data collected there can be used. We are already working towards this direction. In Greece, unfortunately, we don't have that much data yet from all those kinds of sources, but at the end of the project, we have incorporated tools for prevention and risk management, and by using that data, we can build up specific models that are different for each country. since each country, the population of each country has different genetic and other characteristics that will benefit patients. And that is what we actually want. Mr. Koustikas, you have described benefits that will be reaped in the future. It is like getting a glimpse of the future for our own patients registry. How the registry will help prediction, cancer care, physicians and healthcare professionals themselves to work in a way that will be better for the system and patients alike. A very important thing, and we have to bear that in mind each time that we ask ourselves why registries are useful. Among others, that if we start to mention them, this discussion will never finish. Thank you very much. Now I will give the floor to Mr. Pavlopoulos, who is representative of Nova City, the main contractor of this project. So we are, our goal for this project is to improve the care of cancer patients, but we should also help in order to improve their everyday life of physicians, since they are the ones that are going to use that on an everyday basis on the clinical practice. If not, the results will not be the best, the optimal. So this project has started. Kindly share your experience. Which are your appraisals for the future? What do you believe that will happen in the next months? Because this is just the beginning. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is really a pleasure to be this year too in a conference. Yes, the project that was delivered by Nova ICT is laying the cornerstone, the basis for the care of cancer patients in Greece. Mrs. Touma mentioned our methodology. We worked with all the stakeholders, and such a project needs a specialized scientific approach when it comes to the operational needs, the requirements, the patient needs, and we have focused on the patient's needs, since we want the tools to be user-friendly for healthcare professionals, because we know that their time is valuable and their primary interest is to the patients and not the systems. We want it to be fully interoperable. We didn't want the same information to be registered again and again. We wanted to draw it from other systems that are existing in the healthcare system. IDICA has done a wonderful job. So data about the previous diagnosis or treatments of that patient can be collected automatically, drawn from other sources. We also have access to lab and imaging records, so we avoid overlapping, which is also very important. So, talking about the costs of such a project, we have seen in action that those projects are funded by the costs that are saving due to that project itself. And the healthcare system also has a lot of benefits. We have focused on the registry that you saw earlier, since we wanted to collect the minimum data needed, but we didn't want to have extra delays. And that important increase in data, not only in the registry, but also the cases, the therapeutic protocols that were introduced in the 12 hospitals, and to the other cancer care hospitals that will now become part of that project, are very important characteristics, because they improve the quality of work of physicians through standardization, through finding possible errors and mistakes, since they have the possibility to see some risk factors for the patient. Other tests that have shown, and pathology reports that we have heard earlier are very important. That repository of pathology reports is, if I may say so, a very innovative project for Greece. Only a few countries have such a system, I don't know if I have some time to say that all pathology reports are standardized and are recorded in a national registry, and at the same time all registries are updated based on that. If a cancer patients registry, other systems that may need that information, and they are online accessible to all stakeholders. So of course physicians can reap benefits from that, but also patients. Patients have contributed a lot. Patients associations and all relevant stakeholders that represent patients have helped us a lot. And in my opinion, through those digital tools, we wanted to focus on patients, and also the tumor boards that were implemented in that project allow at every corner of Greece to hold such boards. The digital tumor boards, this is something that will start immediately. You are right. The infrastructure have been established. We have special rooms that will allow those boards to take place. We have the mechanisms in place so as for data patients to be digitally available. Not only the electronic health record, but the pathology reports, the imaging records, and through teleconference we can now hold tumor boards outside the hospital itself with other scientists. So this is something that it will start immediately, and at the same time we have to set up the institutional framework, because when it comes to the digital operations, this is still missing, but we believe that it will serve the remote areas of.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Να είστε καλά.
Thank you very much, and God bless and Godspeed what you're doing. Let's move on to Mr. Kagelidis. The third aspect has to do with digital implementation regarding users, cancer patients. This is something that we've worked on with you, and we are hopeful that it will change the day-to-day life of cancer patients because it will record the actual day-to-day needs. It will also be an approach that can yield lots of benefits. We see this happening in other countries, especially when it comes to research. Where do we stand right now? Well, we've completed the application, and in view of the joint ministerial decree that will be issued soon, we will be able to run the pilot along with universities and physician committees. I believe, however, that patients are at the heart of this system. This is my deep set conviction. And I want to reiterate that because we all function not just based on our line of work, but also based on a vision. And to me, the vision is patient-centered. And we know that our system is overridden with lots of difficulties. We've got stakeholders charged with operating the system. But if we as a country want to truly change things for the better, we need to allow for transparency. We need to allow for control. And this is something that this system provides for. And I'm very proud that we have achieved that in collaboration with all colleagues. My colleagues, much more so than myself, were fundamental in making this happen. Collecting the information, making sure that the information is both viable and sustainable in the future. It can be the stepping stone, and it can also be the starting point for future work linked with excellence on a European scale. We've got a European fora that we participate in. We're trying to update, modernize, be in sync with such groups and fora. And at the same time, we also want to provide a practical result, the one that we have envisioned for our patient, a patient that may be on an island. So in this case, we're talking about cancer care coordination. And this is not just a problem for the system, the digital system, but also for the healthcare system as a whole. Who will be responsible for providing me with knowledge? I am hoping that thanks to the contribution of a LOC, and this is something I keep shouting from the rooftops, because many people may turn to me and say, a person in a distant island cannot really benefit from what you're doing. But no, with the help of a LOC, we can make sure that the outreach includes all citizens. And we live in a complex landscape, a complex ecosystem, an aging population. Cancer is going to increase in terms of prevalence and as a risk factor. So we need to look into so many considerations: confidentiality, tools for our patients, geographic location of our patients. And this is what we're trying to do. And we know that telesessions, telemedicine is something that's very important. Last year, I was here, and some physicians told me that they need Viber, they use Viber, and in order to chat with their patients. But this is something that needs to be codified. This is something that needs to be streamlined, because the more we have telemedicine, the more we require in-depth codification. And the patient's role becomes more and more important. Let's not forget that cancer is not something that happens once off. There's survivorship. There is potential for relapse. We need to have communication and contact pathways that will be convenient, that would be user-friendly, and will allow us to offer all services that we've come up with easily, in order to increase quality, to raise the bar when it comes to quality. Thank you very much for this comment. It is true that we're looking forward to the new tools for cancer patients. We try to help or to assist in the design of the new application. We know that implementation requires technical achievements as well, something that is user-friendly, something that is comprehensive. I believe that there are ways to expand and build on this project even further. Now, a couple of questions, both to you and to all panelists, because I believe that listening to all viewpoints is important. First question: do we have a training plan for end users? I mean, we're introducing so many novelties to hospitals. Do we have people to actually run them? We see very often healthcare professionals complaining that a friend of mine recently said that I'm feeling like a digital nomad, and that was something, the term that he used, that stuck with me. And it's true that healthcare professionals currently feel that they are overburdened. They need to do this, and then they need to do that, and then they need to do something else. And they've got a point, because there's so many things that they're called upon to do. That was therefore his sentiment. I cannot confirm or not whether this is the case, but that was his feeling. So do we have support for the operation of the system and the people who will be operating the system? Another question: you are Evika, and I'm guessing you've come up against obstacles, and I would like to know what kind of obstacles, what kind of glitches are we talking about? Is it performance issues? You might be asking for one thing and getting a different output. And a third question: we are patients or representatives of patients. do we have an approximate time frame as to when a patient might be able to say that my care is digitally interconnected? We already know that some files and folders, hard copies do not need to be carried to each visit. But we, as simple patients, simple citizens, when will we be able to claim that everything is interconnected? I'm feeling that all your questions are also challenges. But let's be positive about this, says Mr. Kapitanagis. I'm not being not positive, but all this time that you've been talking, you and the other panelists, I was thinking that we have a long history of going to panels and nagging. We don't have this patient registry. We need a patient registry. We don't have a system. We have with us Mr. Yannis Kotsiopoulos, Secretary General of the Ministry of Health, and we became friends thanks to the project behind this system. And this is tangible proof, actual proof of how people can turn into friends working together. So we would nag a lot. We don't have this, we don't have that. What should we do in order to be able to build on, to create, to establish? It was all generics because we were clueless. And I'm feeling that now we've got an overabundance of new tools, and in a way we're still clueless because now the question is, oh my God, now what? Because we now have what we were asking for, but we're unsure what to do with it. So now what is not science fiction? Now what is everyday practice, everyday reality? And I will use an example that we've touched upon twice and we've discussed, but nobody actually corrected what was said. In this presentation, the previous presentation, there was one statistical table with the map of Greece, and darker colors in Thessaloniki and Athens, where we have the greatest population. Okay, fine. But what do we need now? We need more specialists who will know how to tell us how to actually build on health data. We need skilled analysts of health data. So what are we seeing on those maps and charts? We looked into the data and we recorded where patients were registered. So out of the 23,500 patients, most of them were registered in Athens or Thessaloniki. But why is that? Because that's where we've got cancer hospitals. That doesn't mean that our patients come from Thessaloniki or come from Athens. So I would like to know, what is the geographic distribution and allocation of our patients? And I would like to have a column with the actual address of each and every patient. So, dear contractors, dear EVICA executives, let's also have a column with place of residence so that we actually have a truthful geographic allocation of the resident of the patients, not where they were registered. Which means that we currently are in dire need of people that, based on the fact that we already have the data available, that these people will have the specialized knowledge which type of data needs to be linked to which other type of data in order to extrapolate findings. Statistically speaking, we have data, but we had statistical data in the past as well. It's not like we invested at such a scale in order to come up with new Excel sheets. So this is one part. Anything that has to do with the here and now. Now we need people that will guide our IT people had to build on the data that we actually have. We started talking about AI and the use of AI, and that sounds beautiful, but what we really need right now is professional, dedicated, specialized analysts that will work on health data, processing data ultra rapidly, and extrapolating exactly what physicians require in order to build a prognostic profile of a patient. So I believe that the next step in our discussion is how do we capitalize on the data, not in terms of technology, what kind of technology we will do, because technology can only be efficient if it is backed by people who are knowledgeable or by people who can guide the technicians. We speak of training, we speak of education. To me, training is not the right word to use. As far as I'm concerned, what system architects need is to move beyond what's happening now. I mean, everybody is now using applications to order food, for example. Nobody trained us. It was the programmer that came up with an application that was very user-friendly. And that was done because there was a commercial application and they had money to make. And that's why they made it so user-friendly. So what do we need to do? We need to change our mindset. We should not consider that no matter what the state comes up with, the citizen is obliged to learn how to use. So when it comes to training on technology, we will train technicians, IT people. When it comes to medicine, we will train physicians. We will not train each and every citizen on medicine in order for the citizens to understand everything that our physicians understand. And IT is a science. It's not a hobby. So it's not about making our citizens IT experts. It's about creating systems, applications that are user-friendly. And let's not forget, we talk of patients. Patients are patients. They're not healthy. They're not living a normal life, playing some game at home. No, a patient is a patient. So they require a user-friendly application. And they also need someone by their side, physically by their side, that will be able to help them. These are people we're talking about. These are two people, the patient and the carer, that need to be able to look at an application and immediately understand what the application is saying, is conveying. So quite often, that's what I think about. Nobody trained me how to use Instagram or Facebook or a food delivery application. Why should I need training to use my health app? My health app needs to be so user-friendly that nobody will need training. And speaking about my health app, this has been achieved. Now, when it comes to use in a community, anything that is obligatory is not a good thing. That's my own personal viewpoint. We cannot obligate physicians to work in a certain way because we have come up with a beautiful idea. So designers, architects need to bear in mind that what they are creating for physicians to use needs to be something that will be user-friendly, that will provide added value to physicians. Because if we want to convince them, they're going to have to spend some extra time to organize the data. This is the initial investment stage. The way we initially invested money, channeling millions from the recovery fund, now we want an initial investment in the time of people, in terms of time. An initial investment in people, and as a result, the creation of a host of resources that will allow for the system to be successful. Physicians need to be convinced that if they spend 3 minutes entering some historic data, they will win, because at the patient's next visit, it will only take a millisecond, a fragment of a second, to have access to the entire profile, to the entire history. They will win and save time. They will not need to go through stacks of paper. So it's all about ensuring that in our country, since we've moved beyond the stage of, oh my God, we don't have this, we don't have that, now we need to move into the new stage of how do we use what we now have at hand. And in the previous panel, we had representatives of the scientific committee. And I feel that now we need to move beyond research regarding the new systems and into research, because this is a field of glory, of glorious days to come, regarding the use, the utilization of universal systems, systems spreading throughout the Greek territory. So we, as representatives of the state, what I feel we need is research and recommendations regarding the ways with which all those highly useful systems can actually be implemented and operational universally. But I will stop here because, as you've probably guessed, I could go on for hours. Thank you. And thank you for stopping yourself, because as a moderator, I was about to stop you. We've run out of time. But I'm very happy because these are all beautiful challenges, contemporary challenges that we can tackle in a creative way, in an imaginary way. And Ms. Tsuma, we are here to help any way we can, both you, Ivica, the entire NHS, so that we can move forward at a moment in time where patients, physicians work in an environment that is easy to work in, user-friendly. So we have 4 more panelists. You have 1 moment each for a comment. I'm hoping that we all agree that Ms. Tsuma deserved the extra time.
Yes, of course, it is not easy to be implementing that. Physicians are right. 1 month ago, we had the chance to go to the clinic of Mr. Nicolaou Nagiosavas, and there was a specializing physician that kept smiling, kept her cool. She knew that she had to stay until the night to understand. See, there was a specialized lady that helped her. So, yes, there was a personnel that went there to help all those patients, to help the physicians. Because physicians don't sit at their office, they run to go from one patient to the other. So we had specialized administrative personnel to help the physician. And when she showed us the paper to prescribe the chemo, and we're not saying that the system is not user-friendly. Nevertheless, it took time, the transition, the beginning. And also, when we started with electronic prescription, that was difficult in the beginning, but nowadays I like it quite a lot. It takes time from the physician's time, and we should recognize that. We hope that in the future it will save some time, but not right now. Thank you very much. We know that we do more things with the systems. The gain is for communities and the future. It doesn't save time for the time being. Thank you, Mr. Pavlopoulos. I agree, and I will say that yes, beginning is difficult. This is a new system, new rules, new operations, new functions. I will repeat something that Mr. Boutis told me. Mr. Boutis works at the Athens Hospital, and he was discussing with a colleague from Papanikolaou Hospital. He was 60 years old. He wanted to say that he's one of the older generations, and they can run all the therapeutic protocols without needing the intern physician. And this is very important. Physicians know that the tools help them do their job better. They recognize that they need more time, but the results are the ones that will convince physicians to adopt all those tools in practice, because it is important for the patients to know that they get the right treatment no matter of their geographical location. This is very important. Mr. Kostikas, thank you. I have the honor of speaking last. Mrs. Duma said what I wanted to say in a much better way. We don't have to be trained to use all those applications. Why? The application shouldn't come with a manual. However, in order to do that, and we should do that, it is up to us. And let me thank the state for two things. First of all, the state gives us the best possible technological tools, the best possible infrastructure. We shouldn't take it as a granted, as a given, no matter what we might want in the cloud, infrastructure, AI. It is at the disposal of all contractors on the one. And I would like to thank, on behalf of everyone, the ministry for giving us the best scientists in Greece. The working group that shared their time with us did the extra mile, and some of the best physicians in the world were at our side. And when we wanted to go off the beaten track, they brought us back. Thank you very much for this wonderful panel. On the other hand, as patients and as citizens, we do hope that all those innovative tools and that will be fully adopted and affect in a positive way the everyday life of Greek citizens. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε θερμά τους ομιλητές.
Thank you very much to the panelists. I know that I'm the strict one. I would like to ask you to stick to the timetable. Please respect the allotted time. Now I will give the floor to the next panel with title Applications for Cancer Patients, Connected Patients and Professionals and Care. So I would like to give the floor to Mr. Ioannis Kotsiopoulos, our moderator. He is a partner at Agora Partners. So I would like to invite my co-panelists, Mr. Nicolaou, Mr. Kapetanakis, who will continue being here on stage, and Mrs. Papadopoulou from Gnomon Informatics. The previous panel was very interesting. I have a very hard role, but I think that this panel will also be interesting. Before starting, I would like to make two comments. I would like to thank Niki Zuma. We have worked together for so many years, and she has taken up a very difficult role to implement something that was designed on paper, and today it is a reality. For those of you that don't understand how difficult this is, go find Mrs. Zuma in the break. And if it weren't for her, this project wouldn't have been completed within the frameworks given by the recovery plan. The second thank you is to Mrs. Mitrou. She was the Secretary General to my office, and she is the soul of the ministry when it comes to patients' registries. And it is a great honor for the ministry having such a person as Mrs. Mitrou to help us. She is a critical factor of success. I wanted to thank those two ladies personally. So now, let's start another discussion that has started 5 years ago. Let's continue rather this discussion of when someone is diagnosed with cancer, they don't know how to navigate in this very complex healthcare system that doesn't help them. On the other hand, it is confusing for patients. And looking at good practices from other countries, we tried to find a way to design a digital tool in order to help patients navigate this very difficult and complex path. And apart from Niki, that we kept working together, and Mrs. Mitrou, that also was in my office, I started discussing with Mr. Kapetanakis. Yorgos thought that it would be a very good idea to try and make such an application, design such an application in the framework of the digital transformation of healthcare. So I would like to ask Yorgos, the point of view of patients, which is the biggest gap in care when it comes to the continuity of the care of cancer patients? Thank you very much, Yannis. Congratulations for that project. I know that you worked a lot, very hard, in order to be here today at this situation. And sometimes we might be very stressed, but since this is something we really needed. Patients have physicians. We're doing fine with Michalis. And the truth is that the satisfaction of patients from physicians is 80%, according to a research that we did with Mr. Souliotis. So you've mentioned the problem, dear Yannis, is that patients have to coordinate their own care. Amongst the other difficulties of the disease, because Mrs. Zuma mentioned that earlier, it is not just a person that is sitting comfortably and downloading applications. They are in a dire psychological situation, maybe financial, also professional, personal, social. The whole life has changed, the whole world has changed. So that person, oftentimes, they have to find out their next steps, to map the next steps. So the gap lies at communication, navigation, because Mr. Nicolaou might have to meet with all those patients. But it is not easy for Mr. Nicolaou to communicate with all those patients, and how they are going to do it when. I remember I had 2.5 days that I couldn't sleep when I was taking my treatment, and I couldn't find my physician. That was a complication due to my treatment, and he told me, take 2 spoonfuls of vinegar, but I couldn't sleep for 2 days because of that hiccup. I couldn't imagine that it was a complication, a side effect, if you wish, of my treatment. It might be funny for you, but can you imagine sticking with that hiccup for 2 days? So those experiences are commonplace. All cancer patients have experienced some kind of difficulty, or in a cancellation of an appointment, all sorts of things. And the other thing that is also very important is that when I wanted to go for my chemo or my follow-up, I was writing down a list of questions, what I want to ask. I would want to ask this or that. And when I didn't have my written list, I forgot asking questions because I couldn't remember. So I was writing and I forgot my papers. The organization was not very good, so all those papers kept flying around. There was no common place for me to organize my file, both for me and the physician. On the one hand, when it comes to the navigation of patients and to the communications, we understand the difficult situation of physicians. We asked ourselves, how can we make it easier, both for me and physicians? I don't want to bore you with more details, but all this is a common experience for most of cancer patients. So, we believe that we might find a solution with a relevant application. I agree that there is a gap for patients. A lot of people that came to my office kept saying the same thing. Okay, let's say that I've received my diagnosis. Which are the next steps? And what is your experience from the clinical practice, Mr. Nicolaou? I would like to congratulate Yorgos because he participates in all panels. Oftentimes, when we sit at the office and meet with our patients that have made their appointment for the outpatients department, there are sometimes conflicts with my secretary, and we have people asking in a panic to meet the physician right now. You have to understand the situation. You have to understand how do those people feel. They have received the tests, they know that they have a very difficult problem, and they want to start tackling this problem, tackling this issue. It is all about survival. And you know that very well, Yanis. That cannot be done automatically, that I wanted to meet with my physician now. No one can be available 24/7, so we have to have a framework. What is wonderful in this process is that unfortunately there is a secondary black market system, so to say. Some kind of dubious physicians that promise that they can control the disease with herbs and water from the well, or intermediaries that I can set you up, but I want this or that. A so-called gray economy area. So you say that patients have a diagnosis and they don't know what to do. They start asking around and they end up with some people that may cause harm. The concept of the navigator that we discuss here today, not only me, but also Yorgos, from different aspects, was something that we had in mind. Yorgos has asked me to participate in a working group for an application that could possibly help patients navigate this system. I don't know if you remember, Yorgos, that we had done 2 or 3 meetings. So this concept was always part of our concerns. How can we help people from falling victims of exploitation due to fear? Nowadays, this role of the navigator is played by patients' associations, for example, such as ELOC, when people come to you and ask you who is the best possible physician for me. Yorgos and all the other wonderful colleagues from Patients Association help the patients. So,
The conclusion is that there is a gap, that physicians have identified it. There are patients that fall through the cracks of the system. Apologies for this. My phone rang. I do apologize. But there is a technological solution, Karina. You've come across it when you were designing the application in the Gnomon company. What were the main gaps that you identified, and how can the navigator provide an answer to those glitches or gaps? So, first of all, thank you for the invitation. As Mr. Nicolau and Mr. Kapetanakis have already mentioned, we were responsible for tackling this gap from a different perspective, that of data. So we started off saying that, of course, this is part of the cancer center project and cancer hospital project. We know that information is being recorded in several hospitals, and the issue was that this information was fragmented. What can be helpful and what is being helpful within the project is that this information can be transferred, conveyed from one hospital to another. We've had patients saying to us that I went to one hospital, run some tests, and then I had to go to another hospital and they asked me to go through the same tests. So this is what we're trying to bridge, this gap. What we're trying to gain is a single source of information that will be for the entirety of the system, that will contain individualized, personalized information for each and every person, and one that is accessible for all stakeholders, to all stakeholders. I'm guessing, Mr. Kapetanakis, that it's truly a huge challenge to have all information available at our hands, especially as a patient who's started this journey a while ago, and they've got tons of records, notes. Yes, especially when we're discussing real-time needs. We need to focus on what comes next. We've got patients that move. We've got patients that face relapses. And all this information is important to all stakeholders. Very often we speak of the PREMs and PROMs, and they could be a wonderful means for us to collect data that will back research, that will support the operation and function of the health system, that will optimize outcomes. Because this is straight from the source. So for you, the navigator is also a source for real-world data as well, from individual devices. Well, practically speaking, we don't need 5,000 different tools. We need something that is easy to use for the patients, that might be able to serve as many purposes as possible. I mean, it's okay if we have other tools as well, but when we have one tool that we can utilize, let's do that. Let's focus on that, because it can provide with the information we need. We know that today, we know the importance of the role to record, to enter the patient's experience. This has been structured. And moving beyond that, I apologize, but I need to say this as well. We need to also talk about patients that may be located in remote locations. This is something, telemedicine, this is something that we tend to disregard. Islands where it's impossible to move from them because of the winds, because, I don't know, for any reason. We need to focus on those problems and see how such a tool can tackle those problems in a structured and efficient way. It's true that very often we focus on the metropolitan areas and we tend to disregard patients that live in remote locations, islands, mountains, and maybe we should have a session dedicated to those patients that may not even have access to the tools we're discussing, tools that, however, are the main source for information. So if we look at it slightly differently, let's assume that we've got this application. Would it be useful for physicians to have all this information collected in a single tool? It's something that is extremely efficient, but I need to also point out that there's more to the navigator than this. According to international literature, 80% of medical information goes missing on its way from one office to another. We see an oncologist today, and they refer us to a radiation specialist, a radiologist. We will not need to carry if we move from one office, from one practice to the other, along the line, some information will be forgotten. And this will mean increased insecurity for the doctor or the physician we're being referred to, who will choose to repeat certain tests. And this will mean an overcharging of the national healthcare system, as well as an extra burden for the patient. We need to know. George Yoros mentioned a hiccup that lasted 2 days and a half. And some patients, if they come across such a problem, they will turn to the internet, they will read articles put up on the internet for advertising purposes and not really scientifically based. And it's very important to protect patients from this misinformation. It's very important to bridge this gap between an actual problem that can be a complication or side effect of a treatment and, not knowing what to do about it, because this will reduce the burden of physicians. For example, we know that sometimes we've got specialized cancer nurses, and it has been estimated that this saves physicians a huge amount of time. And the digital tools that were mentioned before also help. We've got more time for our patient. And this means that what the patient needs an answer to, they can turn to nurses, specialized nurses, cancer nurses, in order to get that answer. And this will reduce the stress, this will reduce their uncertainty, this will improve their quality of life, and it will also be a solution to an actual immediate problem. And it will protect patients from potential frauds. It will allow for physicians to have more time with the patient, and it will highlight the key role of the specialized nurse, because these are the 3 key partners for a patient's journey to be successful. Let me come back to the issue of the navigator. Corina, how is a navigator different to other tools? And are you envisaging, I don't know, expanding its scope down the line? Is this the tool, the first tool that a patient can turn to instead of rushing around, trying to come up with friends and acquaintances that may have some guidelines? And it's true that when we're asking around among friends and acquaintances, it's even more stressful for the patient. So, what does the navigator do? Let me start by saying, as was said, actually repeating what was said in a previous panel, that this application is about to be piloted in the near future. We've already got the interconnection with hospitals, authentication of the patient, lecture of the diagnosis. These are all reading of the diagnosis, and then it's interconnected with protocols within hospitals. So the biggest part has already been done. So the first questions can find an answer therein. Yes, precisely. As soon as I register within the hospital and I have a file, a record within that hospital, I can have access to the first questions. And there are some self-management tools in the Navigator app. We heard of Mr. Kapetanakis' hiccup, but we've had feedback from many people, from a lot, from patients, and we've ensured interoperability with the symptoms calendar, where we can, or diary, where we can enter, a patient can enter their symptoms in between visits to the physicians and to the hospital. Because those intervals between visits are gray zones for the physicians. Nobody knows what's going on during this time. And during the visit, which may be a visit of half an hour or less, the patient may forget to mention something. And then we've got surveys, questionnaires that a physician can ask a patient to fill out regularly, in regular intervals. As regards the Navigator and its potential expansion, we will have an up and running Navigator that will allow for information to become as simple and easily understood as possible, but at the same time it will provide individualized information, because the data is data extrapolated from the patient's record and file within a hospital. It's not generalized data. And this allows patients to know where they stand. Am I at the middle of my treatment? What happened beforehand? Physicians also have access. What do they have access to? What were the results of my tests? And what happens afterwards with auxiliary services that can help me out? It can be a psychological support group or something else, a patient association. And then we will also have the teleconference aspect, which is currently being built not technically but operationally, whereas physicians may have a few-minute teleconference with a patient who lives in a remote location. And then we have the patient community part, which is something that we have worked on along with the LOC in order to have a center for the support of cancer patients. And another aspect that we've been discussing is how to have shared information in between physicians and patients. So this is a lot of information. What does it mean for someone who's using this app in the sense of how does it change the physician's understanding of a patient? Well, personally speaking, to me, it's not about a bipolar system, one pole being the physician and the other pole being the patient, and trying to gauge the satisfaction levels of this or that party. However, in the majority, Greek physicians, they are educated, they want to stand by their patients, and they are invested. What is important is that an informed patient will have a better journey. They will have less fear, they will have access to more information, they will be better prepared to plan their journey, and they will be not be easy prey to people that may try to exploit that fear. So this is also a long-term impact, of course, because the navigator also provides reading material that contains knowledge that can be protective regarding future steps. When do we need to go in for a follow-up? In what way do we prepare for the follow-up visit? This is important information, and it can protect against errors, right? Yes, especially errors due to a lack of information. And if we also build in an AI aspect, we can have amazing results, whereby we get a message that allows, that also contains the prescription of tests that the patient will need to have concluded before the next visit. One last comment from Mr. Kapetanakis, because I see that ELOC has played a key part in developing this application, in the development of this application, which is important for all patients. What do you think of the future? Well, based on all that we've said, I think it is obvious that this is not an application that's a luxury. 80% of the patients being satisfied with their doctors. Also, 8% of the information goes missing from one physician to the next. And this is huge in terms of what we can change to have a system that functions more smoothly, more seamlessly, where we are decompressing physicians and we're not giving them an additional bureaucratic burden. I believe that ELOC can play a key role. We have asked that a forum, a patients forum, be included in this app. Well, this is your app, isn't it, practically speaking? Well, it is an app for which we can assume this role. We can assume the role of supporting patients, providing assistance, because when you're talking to a person that's gone through more or less the same journey, we gain information that's important, and we can support patients throughout the Greek territory so that these patients can seek out a person close to them, that they can talk to, that they can feel safe with. It's important information, and it's important to create such and build such a community, because we've seen throughout the world that such communities, such fora, can truly ease the burden of people, patients, because cancer is a social disease, and we know that, and we can help things become smoother, and we can help reintegration into society. We can help survivorship to be smoother. Okay, lots of critical messages today. I think they've been recorded. They will be in the conferences and the events minutes. Thank you to all of our panelists. I'm also looking forward to seeing this app once it's up and running. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε θερμά και περνάμε αμέσως στο επόμενο τραπέζι με τίτλο
Now, let's continue with the next panel, EHDS from Regulation to Implementation in Greece. kindly the moderator, Mrs. Stella Petru, Governmental Affairs Manager at Johnson & Johnson Innovative Medicines in Greece, to take the floor in order to moderate this panel. Please, Mrs. Mina Boubaki, who is head of the e-health services department, Mrs. Zoe Kolitsi, who is digital health policy and strategy lead at the European Institute for Innovation through Health Data, Mr. Bachatouris, head of operations at Brains ACS, Mr. Alexandros Bella. You wear a lot of hats, Mr. Bella. IHL 7 Vice Chair, Director at Gnomon Informatics, and of course IHE Catalyst, and the lawyer in health, Mrs. Ioana Michalopoulou, who is specialized in health, pharmaceutical and medical devices law. I am very happy today since I have the chance to moderate this panel because I am with people that have deep knowledge when it comes to data, and you have all helped and contributed to this ecosystem. Kindly allow me 1 minute to set the tone. We keep listening about the European Health Data Space, but I don't know if we are familiar with this topic. So allow me 1 minute to say that the European Health Data Space is one of the biggest institutional changes in Europe when it comes to health data. And its aspiration, if you wish, its goal is to be able to exchange data safely and to use them for research. All countries, in Greece alike, should harmonize until 2029. Today, because it has two dimensions, we have to say that the first dimension is the primary use of data, meaning the secure use of data, of patients' data, for their care. We should allow physicians to enter the electronic file, to see the prescription, to see the information for patients. The secondary is the secondary use is what we are going to discuss. It is about safe anonymization of those data and how we can use them for research, for public health, and for policy making. So it is both an obligation and a huge opportunity. I understand that some people on the last panel will have to leave on time. Mrs. Boubaki, you represent the Ministry of Health. And we're here to discuss from implementation to application. So how does Greece do when it comes to preparedness? And based on your participation to the European working groups, kindly give us a glimpse about how Greece is doing compared to other European countries. First of all, hello, thank you very much for this invitation. Greece, as well as the other countries, is moving and trying to harmonize and transpose this regulation that you described very well, not only when it comes to governance, but also the technical and legislative arm, in collaboration with the other countries, because we have a lot of common working groups and we try to exchange know-hows, challenges, different experiences in order to find the solution. At the same time, we try to come up with legislative frameworks that will be harmonized in 2027, and at the same time we implement the necessary technical infrastructure through important EU projects, meaning that on a technology level we build the necessary infrastructure for the secondary use of data, which is a licensing mechanism in order for a user, for a researcher, to be able to ask some data sets for their research. We also are building a national data list where all the sources will be listed there it is also very important to offer the best possible safety guarantees and protection guarantees, so we build the necessary safe environments, and we are preparing for the interconnection on a European level, because in the years to come, until 2029, all countries will be able to exchange data with each other. We do that through a European project that the ministry is implementing along with IDICA and IDITE, and IDICA has completed another very important project. We showcase the utilization of data in action with specific use scenario that will be presented in this panel. Now, when it comes to the legislative arm, we have already planned a prepared bill that will be given for consultation for this transitional framework until the full application of EHTS for the secondary use of data. We would like to define which bodies will have access to health data, and the Ministry of Health will have the role of coordinator, who will also have the control of the use of data. And of course, the licensing mechanism will lie with the Ministry of Health, and the National Technological Institution for the secondary use will be IDICA, that will safeguard the data will be prepared and given in a safe manner. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to listen, since that within the next weeks we are waiting for the bill of law, for this draft. Now, I would like to give the floor to the representative of IDICA. Mrs. Elpida Fotiadou, you are at the heart of the operational implementation. IDICA play the central role in digital health applications, and it undergoes a transformation itself. I had the chance to be last week at the Conference of Health Monitoring. It was something amazing for the healthcare sector. So what do you expect from that transformation of IDICA in action? Which are the available infrastructure and what we need in order to be able to talk about a reliable secondary use of data? Thank you very much. Hello for inviting me to I would like to thank Yorgos Kapetanakis. I'm very happy to be here with you today. Yes, IDICA for a lot of years has been implementing digital health system. We started from electronic prescription, and now with the digital transformation there is a boom of developing of systems that have played a wonderful role. Reference is made to health data, of course. So the transition towards the secondary use is a natural development. We have been giving data from secondary use, from electronic prescription, especially to the academia. However, this should be done in a more organized way according to the framework of the European health data space. So having data is not the only thing that we need. First and foremost, we need to have a framework of governance, to have accountability, which are the prerequisites for that secondary use. Moreover, we should safeguard that we have quality data. The data should be precise, standardized, codified, and of course to have that characteristic of interoperability. And last but not least, to have the technological infrastructure that will allow you to process. So the health monitoring project that was presented last week is the first effort, if you wish, for the secondary use of health data in order to use them for public health purposes. It is a project by the Ministry of Health that is implemented by IDICA. We had lots of scenarios of use. We have been combining data from a lot of sources in order to be able to come up with some conclusions. So this is the first step for the secondary use of data because it combines data from a lot of sources, and not only health data, but also all the different types of data, such as environmental data. Or one can understand how the socioeconomic factors affect the health. Data themselves for secondary use should produce knowledge. And from that knowledge, based on that knowledge, if you wish, then we can inform policy making, we can assess health policies. The ministry may use that data to see how that health policy affects the public health. So we have to understand what is the general health situation of the population in Greece and what we can do in order to improve it. Thank you very much. Mrs. Collins, you will allow me to give the floor to Mr. Pachatouris, because he is a person that has been working very closely with the Ministry of Health and ENG. You are experiencing the implementation of those projects on an everyday basis. Kindly share the challenges, in your opinion, down this road, and which are the lessons learned. And at the end of the day, what makes a difference between a successful and a less successful, if you wish, transition. I will be laconic, succinct, because during the conference, I have heard a lot of opinions that have covered this question. First of all, the European health data space transformed the way that we think about how public health and public healthcare systems in Europe. This alone means that it is a very complex endeavor with a lot of challenges, technological, institutional, operational challenges. So when it comes to the technological challenges, I'll just say this. We have a lot of different workflows in Greece. So we gather, we collect all kinds of data. We need to have a strong standardization to have a good interoperability. We don't want to get information from one system to another. We want to bring all those systems together and produce value for the system as a whole. Now, when it comes to the institutional framework, which is the most important in my opinion, the state understands that it produces a lot of red tape, and it would be pity. And I know that this is a transitional framework, so we will be able to make amends in collaboration with the ministry, but we shouldn't build a system that will produce even more red tape that would not allow the growth. We should harmonize with all rules of the regulation, but within a very effective framework. Last comment is about the trust that should be built. Civil society should be our partner, and it is about a symmetry of expectations. So in order to bridge this gap, and in order to speak in favor of our president, Mr. Kapetanakis, actions such as this one that will involve all stakeholders in order to exchange ideas, and why not quarrel if there is a need, will allow us to have the best possible result. So challenges are the recipe to success. If we are going to find reliable data to avoid increasing the red tape in order to transpose the regulation and create trust within the community, then this endeavor will be successful. Thank you very much. So we've heard some things about infrastructure, the institutional framework, and the challenges. And now I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Kolitsi. Mrs. Kolitsi, you are a person that also wears the European hat, but you have worked for a lot of years in Greece. we listen that just having data is not enough if that data is not of high quality. So based on your experience, kindly tell us how we can transform that data to real value for patients, and in your opinion, which are the biggest gaps in Greece when it comes to data quality?
Ευχαριστώ για την ερώτηση. Thank you very much for this question. I would like to begin focusing on Greece as compared to the EU. I am part of a generation that spent lots of years living under the impression that we lag behind the rest of the EU. I believe that the early ages are behind us. We've got the know-how, we've got the IT knowledge, we've got experience, we've got wonderfully staffed authorities. So now we need to be conversing on what we can offer the EU, what we can teach them. I feel that it is an equitable exchange, on equal standing exchange of views. And I would like to encourage EVICA to provide us with more information of what has been achieved. I believe that citizens are not really aware of what is going. There was just, a brief introduction. I'm very happy to hear that Greece is a stellar example to other EU member states. I think that we need to move beyond our complex of inferiority vis-à-vis other EU member states. What we're doing, what we can offer and provide to the EU is very important. Now, as regards quality in the implementation of data, allow me to broach a couple of issues that need to be clarified if we're all understanding one another. EU regulation is not about data quality or content. We might view it as a beautiful plumbing system filled with pipes and drains that transfers content to various outlets, to various points, and it sets an obligation for a quality label that's got nothing to do with quality and more to do, and a lot to do with transparency as to how we manage data. So, bottom line is that data on its own is not governed by the regulation. Access to data is governed. Quality of data is not. Content is not. Why? Because to a large extent, it's up to the member states to create a framework on that. And this also applies to health. And we also have biodata, wherein we do come across issues pertaining to quality, because health data of insufficient quality cannot work. And this is why we talk about quality accelerators and strategic projects within that field. So on a European scale, we will be discussing all of that soon. The second topic that I would like to see clarified, and this is also a question addressed to EVICA. According to EU regulation, it is mandatory the future EVICA HTA is under the obligation to make data anonymized and pre-processed. What does that mean? The real-world evidence market, global market nowadays, amounts to approximately 5.5 billion euro. It is estimated that by 2030, when the regulation will be implemented, this will have doubled. 30% of the 10 billion euros is the EU market. And out of that 30%, which will account for 5 to 6 billion. Approximately 80% will be channeled into correcting data, making data usable and relevant for decision makers. And this is only if we look at the pharma industry. If we also add learning systems and what have you, then this multiplies. Excuse me for interrupting. You will have a second comment, but please, yes, I just want to clarify in this discussion, we need to clarify, will it be EVICA that will undertake this chore of prepping data in view of the regulation? And so that the data afterwards will be business as usual. Okay, we will have a second round of comments and you will have more time then. But it's true, it's not enough to have lots of data. Many panelists have mentioned the quality of data. And then there's another prerequisite. Systems need to be able to converse with one another. Mr. Berla, to me, you are the guru of interoperability, a term which is a buzzword, it's mentioned very, very often, but for lots of us, it's still a technical concept that's not very clear. So what does it mean, interoperability in secondary data exchange? And based on your experience with the Gnomon company, I feel that we can still have right best practices. So could you share some European experiences that, according to you, could be a source of inspiration and a role model for Greece? It is a fact that interoperability and data quality and content are not synonymous terms, but intertwined. Because we need first of all, we want primary data generation to be done efficiently. And this is where I believe that EDICA will play a huge role in achieving this. Because we may implement a system, but if the primary purpose is completely irrelevant to the secondary purpose, then it will be very difficult to have meaningful results and outcomes. And therein, we have interoperability that plays a huge part. There are some articles within the regulations that focus on primary use, and there are already discussions underway regarding how primary and secondary use can work together, can be interoperable. So we're looking at grouping data of grouping, and in order to be successful in this endeavor is about moving beyond the technical aspect. The technical aspect is the most simple to look into. If you look at the interoperability guidelines, only 1 out of the 6 levels, the 6 chapters, is technical, even though it is an interoperability regulation. So a very important part that we need to focus on, and we've said that, reinstated that repeatedly to the ministry, is that we need to institutionalize, frame interoperability in Greece, especially with a specific mention of dedicated measures for the sector of health. In that way, we can have the production of software that will be both compatible with the EU format and with other parameters that have not yet been defined. So the regulation will allow us, when it comes to interoperability, to come up with a marketplace of players, the Greek player being EVICA, that will need to be upgraded and more qualitative in the future. Now, as regards role models, I agree with Zoe. We're not lagging behind other member states terribly. However, In other member states, the operational, the administrative aspect is much more defined and better defined. Because in Greece, we have this tendency, we see a problem, we tackle it. We don't look at procedures and administration, and there's a lack of openness because of that, and we want Greek companies to become bigger extroverts. I believe that one good example could be the Health Ministry of France, whereby interoperability is certified at manufacturer level. And this means that the systems produced will be good for both primary and secondary data use. And maybe we could adopt this model in order to have a healthy sector of health IT in Greece. I would suggest that we move on now. We will have a second round in order to add to what has been said. But I would like now to move on to the lawyer of our panel. Bottom line, citizens want to feel safe as regards the processing of all this data. When it comes to ethics, when it comes to morality, and what would you say are the prerequisites, legally speaking, to ensure that the citizens' data will be protected, but at the same time, we will be able to make progress in the technological field? First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I believe that all panelists now would agree that we are in dire need of an institutionalized framework, one that is protective, functional, and fully predictable. So based on those pillars, because there's lots of talks about who will be the pillar, who will be the HDS health body, these are all one side that we should focus on, but not the only side. We need to look into the role of bodies, yes. The role of EVICA needs to be crystal clear. What will be the role of hospitals? Yes, crystal clear. The Private Data Protection Authority, the Ethics Committee, what is going to be their role? Who will have access and how will they have access? There needs to be a clear procedure when it comes to the access. Request for information and actual access to information. Because the European health data space is very promising, but it's very promising in its secondary usage. It's about collecting data that are different to the primary data. And we need to be crystal clear as well as to which uses are permitted and which are prohibited. Because EHDS was the peak, one might say, of many prior acts and legally binding documents. It has to do with medical technology, classified sources of medical information. It utilizes AI tools. We speak of EU product liability, which is self-explanatory. And the most recent revision has led to amendments and modifications fully targeted on software products, fully targeting, software products. And we've also got the new Omnibus directive that simplifies many of those highly promising but also highly overlapping legislative acts. Because when we've got a simplification, when the EU realized that it was lagging behind in innovation, they decided to simplify in order to accelerate innovation for the benefit of the patient. So it's multifaceted and multi-level protection that needs to be explicitly clear in the legal framework, and there is also need for a legal interoperability, because protecting data is not an obstacle to innovation. It is a prerequisite for the innovation to be safe and trustworthy. Thank you very much. I would like to just say that we've got less than 8 minutes left, so please be brief so that we are respectful to the final panel coming after us.
So, right now, I would like to move forward with more tangible results. What does it mean for patients and for the value that those will give back to patients? You've talked about the upcoming bill, but let's discuss the next day. I want to leave room for you and to Ms. Colletti as well. I will answer based on the previous comments because they were all very important. The proposed bill will be given to consultation shortly. This is the most important, the most interesting thing. All the points are very critical, and I wanted to ensure you that we have taken everything into consideration in this draft bill. When it comes to the ethics, there will be a committee as well as an opinion-giving scientific committee. We will be collaborating closely with the hospitals in order to facilitate their role as data owners. It was a new role for those hospitals that it will be difficult for them. So there is an ongoing mechanism of help, aid. We will also work closely with the Data Protection Authority. We also define the prohibited and allowed uses very clearly and very strictly, and the existing legislation is also going to be amended, which is rather fragmented. So it does not align with the new principles of European Health Data Space, and we will continue with Data Act and DGA. Those are the main things. Now, the licensing procedure for anonymized data, as well as the procedure for the requests. For example, if one wants to receive an anonymized statistical answer, all those are defined in detail, and it is not about red tape. It is about safeguarding citizens' rights and gain their trust at every given case. The process to control transparency will be ongoing. We will have the request for research, for developing new drugs. It will continue with a license of use that will describe all the necessary technical and legislative means, but it will be an ongoing process that will continue for all the time that those data will be used. This is the first part, the legislative part. It is understandable, it is expected that we will have a lot of questions. Now, when it comes to the quality of data, I think that ELPIDA is best suited to answer to this question. I just want to make a remark that is not suited with EDICA and ELPIDA, that it is not only a matter of EDICA, it is also a matter of the ministry. The data, in order to be used on a secondary basis, we get them from their primary source. So the Ministry of Health should train health professionals in order to register them timely, fully, and in a good manner, so to say, in the electronic health file. So I give the floor to Elpida to continue from where I've stopped. Thank you for giving me the pass. Mrs. Fotiadou, apart from the quality of data, I would like to ask you to share with the public a tangible example for cancer patients with health monitoring. In my opinion, this is very important for patients to listen to such a thing. When it comes to the quality of health data, I will agree with Mr. Berler that data are created primary. During the healthcare services, there are data, primary healthcare data. In Greece, we are lucky enough since we have electronic healthcare systems because we have also a codification. In the electronic prescription, the diagnosis and the drug are also codified, also in the patient's registry. So, the most important step is to build the primary systems in such a way that will allow us to harvest codified and structured data that will also be interoperable, both on a European level, according to European standards. For example, My Health IPU for the prescription on other European countries, and now we will continue to other services to send lab and imaging tests. So what we have seen is the following. First of all, let's say that transparency is very important. If the citizen can use My Health in order to access their data, they ask us to correct them. So transparency is very important for me. Secondly, something else that we understood through the scenario of health monitoring, we understood that some data were not fully registered. So the physicians that fill in only a few things, because all other data come from other systems, other interoperable systems. For example, when we wanted to see the respiratory diseases, the physician didn't fill the fact if the patient was a smoker or not. So physicians have to understand that it is not just about having some data to manage this patient, but those data should be harvested and utilized in order to offer better health services. This is the spirit behind the European health data space. We want data to be used. Now, you mentioned a tangible example. Let's discuss the cervical cancer. There are data at various systems. For example, the screening tests. We have some data from the screening tests, we have some data from lab tests, from prescriptions, from hospitalizations, all those data. And there are also data from the vaccination registry, the so-called HPV vaccination. So, using health monitoring, we have the possibility to anonymize and analyze, process those data with safety in order to get answers to very important questions. For example, how many women participated in the screening program? Are they diagnosed at an early stage or at a later stage? Are there any delays in diagnosis? Are there any delays in treatment? Which are the results of a specific treatment intervention? So, if we are to combine all those sources of data, because you understand that they are kept in various systems, we will get answers to those kinds of questions. And the state may understand that, for example, in specific geographical area, there is no participation in the screening test. For example, there is a large time period between the diagnosis and the beginning of the treatment. They can take some measures in order to make this better. So if you have data Then you can use that data in order to get knowledge. Then you can take up measures that will help patients, especially for cancer patients. This is very important because time is of essence. Equal access is also very important. So the secondary utilization of data, especially for cancer patients, in my opinion, is something very important and can bring about very good results. Thank you very much. Maybe my role as a moderator has failed because we're out of time. Nevertheless, if I can take 3 or 4 minutes, okay. I understand that you want to comment on how we can resolve this issue of quality. So, would you be so kind to make a last comment very shortly? It's a very short comment. I will answer to the general question. The first question. Innovative medicine can come to the Greek market to a price that will allow more citizens to have access to them. So you understand that the cost of innovation should be reduced. And how are we going to do that? As we should give data that are clean, that are usable. So that loss of 80% should be safeguarded. We should clean up our data. The ministry, IDICA, it is up to us. Moreover, the fact that we cannot offer such data to Europe means that clinical trials, Europe has lost 10% of clinical trials. Companies go to other places that things are cheaper. 60,000 less patients with access to clinical trials. So there is huge value in resolving that issue. My question is, if we will keep working as we do right now, each time are we going to clean our data? This was a rhetorical question because at the end of the day, the most important thing is not who is paying for the bill, the pharma industry or IDICA. The taxpayers bear the burden at the end of the day. So we have to tackle the issue at source. We listened this morning a lot of reasons why we should be optimistic. Nevertheless, I want to make a note. There are still operational issues. I mentioned the example of Mrs. Chungma, who was very to the point, compared to where the patient is and where they are registered. At the same time, the data from labs, if we are going to try to use them to understand the morbidity, we will get wrong results. So we have to work not only on the interoperability, but this so-called semantic interoperability in order to be able to use the data in the best possible way. If we will continue to do things with the way that we did in the past, we will have the same results. Let us adopt the new technologies. There was something missing from that list in the morning. We didn't have the option of AI for interoperability. The first projects have been launched. They have showed how AI can be used in order to give solutions to quality problems. Historical legacy data are there, but the huge volume of historical data should be used, should be cleaned, and should be there available. So let's take a look at these new technologies. Dear Yorgos, I know that ELOC has taken a lot of initiatives, and we should try to help the ministry. Thank you very much. just 1 minute, because now I would like to ask the same question to Mr. Pachatoris and Mr. Berner alike. Let me make a general comment. Kindly talk about the value, Mr. Bella, to the patient, and you, Mr. Pachatoris, the value to the system. We understood that how utilizing the data, one can make better decisions. And after understanding the geographical occurrence of cancer, the ministry can make better decisions on how they will allocate the sources. We cannot manage something that we cannot measure. This is where the value lies. I want to focus on economy. Allow me 20 seconds. We can use clinical data for increasing clinical trials, and that will give incentives for pharma industry to invest in order to come up with new treatments, new active substances. So the European Health Data System, it works as an accelerator in the ecosystem, because there are also secondary markets that will be created. For example, in Greece, we could come up with a biobank, since the whole ecosystem of health is growing, so we can send some funds there. And I am certain that we have a lot of foreign funds that want to invest to startups in Greece, in medtech startups that will manage and utilize health data. Thank you very much. So by listening all about clinical trials and biobanks, I think that the future will be bright. Mr. Bella, what about your opinion on behalf of patients? Let's come back to the regulation. The first 10 or 12 articles of the regulation pertain to patients only. They set the framework in order to innovate, allowing patients to participate from the first stage. We have a lot of patient-driven data, and there is a special article that says that they should be taken into consideration. So this is where innovation will grow, and the active engagement of patients in managing their own data. So this is the right direction for the data that are registered, kept in Indica, and they will keep growing in due time. We shouldn't open them just for secondary use, but for building an ecosystem of application that will be based on the national capital, the national data. Mr. Kapetanakis, I think we have to have a special conference on the secondary use of health data. And last but not least, Mrs. Michalopoulou, if value is the goal, trust is the condition, the precondition. How you are going to ensure in action the balance between the protection of data and their utilization in public health innovation and treatment. Very quickly so. I will focus on one thing: responsibility and the liability also of people that register data, the liability of the manufacturer of the software, of the developer of the software, and of course the certification of those systems. All data are collected through applications. So, in my opinion, when it comes to the legal safeguarding of data, the Greek state should find a way to give guarantees to both patients and healthcare professionals towards this direction. I'm very glad that I listened that we are almost ready to bring this draft of bill to the consultation, but based on my experience on telemedicine, we should already be somewhere else. we don't have the national legislation. The regulation is not yet transported, so it might be the starting point from other EU legislations. Thank you very much.
Συγγνώμη που πήραμε παραπάνω χρόνο.
We apologize for taking up more of the time allotted than the time allotted to us. Thank you to all of the panelists.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Thank you very much. And now, last but not least, the final panel for today. I believe the happiest possible conclusion of the overall forum, a third Synergies forum, with the title Co-Designing the Future of Healthcare from Patient Experience to Policy Action. Mr. Kapetanakis, do not step down from the stage.
Ευχαριστώ. Λοιπόν, να καλέσω τους αγαπημένους φίλους εδώ πέρα.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite my fellow panelists. Take any seat you want, Mami. You can sit next to Christos. And we also have Vasilis and Dimitris. And I believe that the best way would be to have Memi at the center. So this is the end of the third Synergies Forum on Cancer. And we felt that instead of having a traditional conclusions session, perhaps it would be nice to talk about the 3 days. And I believe that the main point is that whether we're talking about policy or innovation or research or systems, at the heart, it's always the person. And this is actually the motto that ELOC has had for years now, a person-centered approach. How do we place this person who has a rare disease, diabetes mellitus, a handicap, a physical handicap, cancer, anything, can be at the heart of everything. We know that there's lots of commonalities when it comes to prevention, when it comes to the patient journey, when it comes to reintegration. So I am very eager to introduce you to friends, or rather I will let them introduce themselves. Many of you know them. We won't be discussing what each and every one of them does. We know what they're doing. We know they are responsible for tremendous work being conducted. But let's have a discussion about how things can be streamlined if we work together, how we can lead towards better outcomes, how we can merge our voices on topics that we can work together on. We don't have to agree 100% about everything, but when it comes to taking action, let's work together. So, kindly introduce yourselves. Dear Christos, Christos Taramilas. I don't know what to say. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. Congratulations for this marathon of an event. Congratulations for amazing presentations, comments, panels. I found the previous panel very interesting, even the underlying messages that were hinted at regarding the new governmental gazette issue that will be regulating management of new data. And As a body that represents the Hellenic Diabetes Mellitus Association, I can say that for more than 10 years now, we've been receiving data from EVICA that we have utilized in various ways, both on a legislative scale and as regards actions in order to make demands, to lobby. So data unites us all. Yes, many things unite us all. Under my second hat as Vice President of the Hellenic Confederation of People with Disabilities and Rare Diseases, I would just like to point out that it goes without saying that we all need to work together. It's true that each body, each association is slightly different, varies based on the disease targeted, be it thalassemia, diabetes mellitus, but we're all beneficiaries of services, of products. We all need data regarding the new healthcare system, and we're here because we want to work together with AOP, with the Hellenic Pharmaceutical Organization, with the ministries, because we are everywhere. We are above all people, citizens that need to be acknowledged to the degree that we deserve to be acknowledged, and we need to be included to the extent that we deserve to be included in all policies, all aspects of social life. And this is why we need to align our needs and demands and work together, perhaps much more successfully than if we worked separately in our individual fields of expertise. So the synergy that you mentioned needs to be at the forefront. Many, dear. First of all, congratulations for this event. Once again, it's been successful, highly successful. My dear friend Christos took up all of the time. Okay, I represent the Greek Patients Association, and I'm very proud because we've got 90 different associations from various therapeutic fields and that are represented. And I want to carry the torch from something that was said in the previous panel, that we have the responsibility. Here you have 5 people on this panel representing the field of health, and we are responsible for families that are suffering, and that means that we are all travelers on the same path. So we need to work together, sit around one table, and come up with common actions. We're all talking about a patient-centered system, which is non-existent, if we're being honest. We are like the last sparrow. And right now, we have here 5 panelists that are shouldering the entirety of responsibility. And I believe that this panel should not have been scheduled for the end of the event, because we would have liked institutional and state representatives to be here and listen to what we have to say, because they are working on providing health to our citizens, to their fellow people. And I want to stress, because you sent us some questions that we had to consider, 2 final things. Our associations, our people that we need to protect, all of us, we need to sit around the same table. We have common problems. We're faced with common obstacles. I believe nobody disagrees with that. There is no such thing as equality when it comes to access and navigation of the health system. So we need a task force and, of course, a press conference that will be scheduled and that will include all health stakeholders talking about everything that is true, good and bad. Thank you, Memi. This is actually the reason why we have this panel, but we wanted to keep it among us for the time being. I want us to be able to talk to one another, perhaps organize, put things in order, so that we might change the scope of this collaboration later on in the future. We want to frame this collaboration down the line, for sure. But Vasilis, the word is yours. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Vasilis Demos. I come from thalassemia, the field of thalassemia. I fully agree with the two previous speakers, and congratulations, Yorgos, for this excellent event. It's the first time that I've participated in an event with such a plurality, a diversity of voices represented in anything related to health. It's true that we've got many commonalities, and then again, each disease has its own specificities and particularities. You know that thalassemia is a disease, a widespread disease that forces us to be hospitalized as of the moment of our birth. And we are in constant contact with the hospital world and the healthcare system. I agree that we are the last wheel on the barrow, and I would just like to point out that the only substantial representation of patients in Greece was the delegation representing patients to AOP. And that was for a project that ended, and we were kicked out. What do we garner from that? That we don't matter to them. So which body, which association is represented among the administration, the board of a hospital, or the Ministry of Health, or the subdivisions governing health policies? None of us are represented. We're all shut out. Yes, we've got some communication channels in place among ourselves, and we're always talking to one another, and that fills me with optimism. But I believe that it's high time we stopped making statements as to the state of play and the status quo and take the next step. Okay, Dimitris Athanasiou comes next. Just a couple of words. I'm unsure about what to say. I fully agree with all that has been said. Okay, of course, congratulations both for the event and all that you're doing. You are my role model. I've got a child with a rare disease. I also have 2 cancer patients in my family, and also first degree relative diabetic. So I guess I belong to many associations. There you go, see? Lots of voices represented here. So it's true that we cannot resolve new problems using the tools and the mindset of the past, because we've been around since the 80s, but we cannot try to solve 2027 problems based on that mentality. We won't go far. Our associations, our communities will not go far. And I believe that this is mandatory when it comes to rare diseases. Among us, it's the excellent that will survive. It makes no difference to us which association you come from, which therapeutic field you come from. If you are a parent or a child, if you or your parent are well trained, excellent, have received excellent training, you have increased chances of survival. So I believe it's high time to move to the next step. As regards lots of things, I am absolutely clueless, primary, secondary data and all that, but I worked with EMF for 6 years as a volunteer, which meant 140 clinical protocols per month. So within a year, I had come across 1,500 protocols. So 6 years down the line, okay, I've got some experience. So we need to identify excellence in our actions, build on that. We have already made progress with a LOC, with the association. We've taken actions with the highest impact factor as compared to separate actions undertaken individually by the various societies and associations. But in our country, as with pediatric cancer and rare diseases, we have no time left. So panels are fine, but I suggest that tomorrow we set a meeting to come up with excellence and the best ones. Thank you. That was truly impressive. It's true that I sent you a couple of questions, but it was indicatively speaking. Let me start, however, with the first one. If we wanted to consider a successful practice that, if implemented, would improve life of all of Greek patients, irrespective of their disease, what should we implement? If I may, Yorgos, Vasilis also mentioned it. Participation of patient associations in hospitals. A strong presence, because we've got lots of tools and procedures being planned for patients, and patients, we are the last ones to get wind of what is being planned or to be implemented. And once we get wind of what is going to be implemented, it's too late to suggest changes. And of course, I'm not downplaying the role of any association, any organization, any body in the primary, secondary healthcare. We all have a part to play. And if we do have a part to play, then we need to have our voice heard. And when we collaborated on a scientific scale, the outcome was exquisite. So you're saying that if in the next couple of years we manage to say that we are represented in the administration of hospitals, it will improve things. Not just hospitals, but also committees in the Hellenic Drug Administration or Ministry of Health. Well, we are represented in some bodies, but I hear what you're saying. Christos? Of course, I agree with what Memi and Vasilis are saying. This is why I'm here, because I agree. But what I would suggest is go back to the roots. What does that mean? Reach out to all people, understand what are the actual problems that all diabetics, cancer patients, chronic patients are faced with at each island, on each island of our country, on each remote location, border location, where we have no clear understanding of what is happening. And I want us to have an approach outwards, or rather from the outside moving inwards towards the center, so that we have a clear understanding of what is taking place, and then we can move towards suggesting solutions for those actual and real problems. It's no easy task, but if we actually invest in that, we will have improved outcomes at all levels. And this is something that the political leadership cannot achieve on its own, because they cannot reach out to all inhabitants of all remote villages, of all small islands. It is something that requires lots of work, groundwork, hard work, and collaboration and coordination. So collecting grassroots problems, that's what I would suggest. I would like to add something to what Christos said. Apologies, Dimitris. I believe that it's very important to focus on field work. The field work of our associations, because currently associations are in charge of all tasks and they are not heard when decisions are being made at a higher level. Okay, I apologize for interrupting, says the president, but what you're saying is that we're not practically capitalizing on the experience of patients. Right. Patients can and carers can offer their knowledge, their experience, because they're the ones that have gone through the storm, the hustle. They have dealt with the day-to-day reality of having a sick parent, a sick child. And all the work that is produced by associations is work that is not being financed, and I believe it should be financed based on clear, transparent, and let's call it meritocratic criteria. Okay, Vasilis. I believe that in thalassemia we've got the knowledge, because our associations were created back in the 70s, 80s, problems have been recorded. And what we need to focus on, all of us together, because this concerns all of us together, is hospitals, hospitalization. Over these 3 past days, we prioritized drugs, advanced and novel treatments, and these are all very important. We cannot have Greek patients serving as the poor relatives of Europe, because in thalassemia, for example, we see novel treatments channeled to other EU member states, but not to Greece. And I believe that we need to work together as allies to come up with a table exercise of the journey of the patient, because if we cannot have thalassemic patients going to the ER and having to wait 7-8 hours before getting to talk to a physician. Can we have a person on the carrier for so long? This is the kind of planning that's missing within the health system. This is my statement, and I am confident about what I'm saying because we come across this all the time. Yes, there's a monitoring of the day-to-day operations when it comes to blood transfusions for our patients. Okay, but when there's a complication, the patient is all alone, feels all alone, and it is our duty to come up with a response and a reaction to that.
So, Dimitris, bear in mind that there are no wrong answers. I disagree. They are wrong answers. We want representation, but it is not having always representation. It's about having the right person of the right job. Sometimes there is so-called decorative tokenism. This is not representation. And of course, then, if someone is just decorative at this committee, one cannot really fight for patients' rights. We have to understand that we have excellent people, excellent patients association, knowledge, and some, let's say, wallflowers. But we do need to up our game. We have to train our people and map the committees to agree that this is the best possible representative and send the best. Because when you understand that in HTA, when you are there and you know the game, you can get your opinion to take it into consideration. So we have to be a little bit, we have to be realists and use the resources that we have all together. This is what I'm listening. We have resources and we have to find a way to use them in the best possible way. And knowledge. A patients association, for example, we know that the rare diseases association are the best in that manner because there was a big need. Or, as Vasilis said earlier, the field, the hospitals, we don't have that possibility and that skills. Each and one of us have very specific resources and skills, but all those resources should bring about a common result. Because if I use my resources to help only my community, then I won't bring about results in diabetes mellitus or in cancer. We will duplicate the work. Of course, we should have experts. Of course, so references make that patients association can train people that have worked on this issue and not just become decorative wallflowers. Unfortunately, we have to cut it short. We have two people that want to catch their flights, but even though we have drawn some very good conclusions. A last comment on my behalf. We have reached the pinnacle of knowledge, as Dimitri said. We have the dynamic. Imagine that our federation has 33 associations all around the country, and there are also 32 federations. So we have the people, we have the numbers, and we have such a treasure and information. We will find someone. So what Dimitri said, to understand the background of the representative, then you will come back with wonderful people that can discuss on that level. So we have the resources, the human resources. We have to interconnect and interoperate in order to use the buzzwords, in order to bring about results and set the cornerstone in order to reach our goal on the next RRF. We have to co-shape the next RRF. I will not say more. Thank you very much for your invitation. I do hope that this will be the cutting edge, this table for the future. Thank you very much, Christos. Many. So those of us that we are here today, we should be the working group. We should start working. Instead of just taking a picture, that picture would be a commitment for a meeting, for a working meeting, to discuss our problems together and then continue. And a press conference in order to discuss about our plans. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I am rather stressed after listening to my fellow co-panelists. We have to do more work. A cardiologist, Mr. Nicolaou, if memory serves me right, said something right yesterday. After having treated their hearts, now people die of cancer at some age. The same goes for patients with thalassemia. The life expectancy has been increased, so of course we live with complications, we need more hospitalization, more care. We need a healthcare system that will support us. And since Greece lags a bit behind, but Patients Association in Europe have to do less, so to say. We have more burden to bear, and we have to keep fighting for our rights. I wish everything were All right. In Greece, we also have problems when it comes to blood transfusions. In Europe, there is no such issue. We have work to do. Thank you, Vasilis. Dimitris? I want to keep them here. I want them to lose their airplane. In my opinion, we are discussing, we have a way of coming together, and we have people that we can train even more and represent us all. When it comes to your last comment, no, the life expectancy is not increased for everyone. We keep losing 35% of patients with thalassemia until 5 years old. We are not there yet, but we can become better. We can go quickly there if we will take up the part that is on to play, and we shouldn't leave anyone behind. All of us are able to help the big patients groups, and the one person usually is left behind. This is, in my opinion, our goal, to leave no one behind. If we use this as our value, we will be able to do better. So, dear friends, on behalf of the BOD and the members of ELOG, thank you very much for being here today with us to conclude the third Synergies Forum. We have proven that we can talk and say a lot of things, and we should keep working together based on our skills and needs in order to have a better tomorrow, a better future. I will keep all the proposals and I adopt your proposals. I just want to have a panel with only patients' representatives. I am certain that we will find our footing and we will start realizing the proposals that were listened. This is a wonderful first step. Let's continue working together. Thank you very much to all of you for being here today with us all those 3 days.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Thank you very much. And with the end of this day, I will see you down for lunch at the restaurant. Thank you very much.
Πάνω, συγγνώμη.
Upstairs. The lunch is served upstairs, not downstairs. I apologize.